Good afternoon and welcome to Derby Date Night, Back to School Edition. We are coming to you live from the Century Center in South Bend, Indiana for a triple header day of roller derby. We've been on break for the past few weeks while we got the kids going with their freshman and sophomore years in high school. I feel so old. They are as settled into the routine as they're going to be, and we are chomping at the bit to stream derby again. Today is South Bend's only home game of the year, and it's going to be a good one. I'm Aria Kidding Me, and you've got me on the mic today giving you all the play-by-play action and corny jokes you've come to love. My date night tonight is my husband of 19 years, Sirius Lee, whose technical know-how and direction behind the scenes makes Derby Date Night come alive on your screen. Our kids, LOL and OMG, have stayed home today because they are, quote, so tired from school. And of course, we have to say a special hello to all of our third wheels joining us on our date in the chat tonight. Whether this is your first time tuning in or you are a full-fledged member, we welcome you to our stream. Take a second and let us know where you are from and who you are rooting for tonight. Every Derby Date Night, we tell jokes when there's a break in the action, and tonight is no different. Since our lives have been filled with back-to-school shenanigans, today's jokes will all be in the theme of back to school. And today, we will be educating you on the School of Derby as we stream these three games. First up is our A-team battle between South Bend and Traverse City. Traverse City has traveled all the way from the pinky of the Michigan Mitten, for those of you who know, to play South Bend, which is located in the hometown of the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. These two teams just played each other a few weeks ago at the Fresh Coast Frenzy, with Traverse City coming out on top, winning by just over 50 points. With a few roster changes in between these two games, it could be anyone's game today. Traverse City has had 2 wins and 2 losses this season, while South Bend has a 5-1 record, with their win coming at Fresh Coast Frenzy in a 1-point nail-biter victory. You can find us here on YouTube and also on Instagram and Facebook. Like and subscribe to find out where you can join us next. You can also find Derby Date Night merch on our website, derbydatenight.com. We have 3 different designs for you to choose from. And if you want to become an official third wheel member of our community, you can subscribe right here on YouTube to get perks like member icons, exclusive emojis, and on-screen shout-outs. Memberships and donations help us continue to bring live derby to our community. So whether it's through the form of super chats, buying merch, or even becoming an official member of our third wheels, we are so appreciative of all of our supporters. We want to give a special shout out tonight to all of our members. We have got our practice squad right up here on the screen. Look at all those lovely supporters. Thank you all, you're all so wonderful. We have also got our charter team. Thank you so much for all of your support. Tear 'em Up is out there on the track tonight. And extra special shout out to our All-Stars. You guys are wonderful, and we appreciate you and your support so, so much. With that being said, today is Smash Bandicoot's very last game with South Bend today. And so we want to wish her the very best, and in her last couple, I think she might be skating in more than one game today, but we want to wish her the best as she skates in her last home game and last game as she gets ready for her retirement. So we're really gonna miss her. I want to also introduce you to our skating officials and NSOs today. If I could find the page that they're on, that would be helpful, I would assume. Okay, here they are. We have got our NSO team, Dirt, Mac and Cheeks, Ellie Fino, Mothman, Lucius Malfoy, Geoknitter, Hex. In his 200th game, Mr. Bruise Guy gets an encouraging nod and a wow from the crowd. Crash Bandiops, Ranger, and Heartscar. Our skating officials today are Richie Cranium, Shotgun Mike, Illinois, Biz, Ogre, Bambi Lance, Hazen, and Nimrod. We've also got some wonderful medics sitting right by the track just in case anything goes wrong and anybody gets injured. So a big thank you to Raven, Jerry, and Ann for your help during these games. I see a lot of people in the chat. Hi to you all. We always love seeing you. And we are about to get started with our first jam. Rob, yes, Traverse City is in Michigan. The way that it was explained to me this morning is if you look at Michigan, if you hold your hand up, like palm facing you, that's the shape of Michigan. So if you look at your hand with your palm, your right hand with your palm facing you, and you look at where the pinky is, Traverse City and Traverse Bay is in like right between the top of your pinky finger and then the like edge of your ring finger on your right hand. I'm pointing and showing you, but clearly I'm not on camera. So you're going to have to hold up your hand and use that as your own kind of description. And those of you from Michigan, please don't get mad at me because that may have just been completely wrong, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. So, but excited to be streaming Traverse City. We have never streamed a Traverse City game. We've streamed a few South Bend games, but this is our first chance to get to know the team of Traverse City. And that whistle means that this game has begun. A lot of pushy on the jam line for South Bend Roller Derby. Traverse City Jammer is almost out, taking a push to the outside, getting pulled back. That pack is not moving very fast at all. Traverse City Jammer is Edgy Kate. A lot of pushy, was able to get out and is lead jammer for South Bend. Edgy Kate got out at the very end, took a hit, but the skater who hit her out also went out, so Edgy Kate was able to keep going. A lot of pushy is in the pack on their first scoring pass and gets a forearm penalty and is going to be headed to the box. So this will be a power jam for Edgy Kate and Traverse City. Edgy Kate has gotten 4 points for Traverse City. Now, a lot of pushy, I think, already had some points when she went to the box. So those points are considered in the pocket. So when a lot of pushy comes out and gets through the pack again, she will get those points that she kind of had already gained. Edgy Kate through the pack as for a second time for another 4 points. Edgy Kate taking a push to the outside. Traverse City trying to keep that pack slow as a lot of pushy is coming out of the pack. Traverse City getting ready for pushy to engage in the pack. Both jammers now out. Everybody's stuck. This pack is not moving very fast at all. Pushy takes a hit to the inside, sweeps around. Neither jammer getting through here. Edgy Kate is through. I would love it if Edgy Kate is like a teacher of some sort. I really hope they're a teacher. And that whistle means the jam is complete. Pushy was able to get 4 points. Traverse City is out there with an early lead at 12. We've got people watching. Michael Kwan says, this is the one time you can say anything can happen. It's true, anything can happen in this game. We've got people watching from Michigan, from Australia, from Missouri. Rob, you'll have to let me know if I explained the Michigan mitten well enough. I'm trying over here. And we are in our second jam now. That penalty box is empty. Traverse City skater taking a spill to the inside, getting pulled back. Boomba is going to be lead jammer for South Bend, trying to make up for the low-scoring first jam and catch up here with Traverse City. Blazing Bulldog is now out as Boomba has engaged in the pack on her first scoring pass and calls the jam after grabbing 4 points. I am excited for this to be a close game. I am hoping that this is going to be a very close game between these two teams. They only had 50 points in between them when they played each other a few weeks ago, and I took a look at the rosters, and it looks like they've changed quite a bit. So we've got a different matchup. So Michael Kwan, it really could, anything could really happen. The Swoley Mammoth jamming for South Bend. Swoley Mammoth is out with lead jammer for South Bend, as Traverse City comes back to provide a little bit of offense for their jammer, who is trying to get through, tries to find some space on the outside, but instead finds Smash Bandicoot, who is going to make it difficult for Becca Decca, the jammer from Traverse City, to make it through as Solely Mammoth comes through to grab 4 points. Becca Decca again tries to find space on the outside and ends up with a track cut. So Traverse City will be headed to the penalty box, and the Swoley Mammoth and South Bend now have a power jam. Swoley getting pulled all the way to the back here by Traverse City. Way, way back as they do a reverse waterfall. Beautiful. That pullback was Lizzie Luscious from Traverse City. Swoley Mammoth decides to call the jam, freezing the jammer from Traverse City in the penalty box. So South Bend will start this next jam with a power jam. Is there anybody else in the penalty box? I think it's just the jammer from Traverse City, which was Becca Decca. All right. South Bend and takes the lead. Lead jammer status goes to Undertaker from South Bend, coming around on a first scoring pass. Becca Decca is out of the penalty box. And coming around, getting stopped by a South Bend blockers there as Undertaker has gone through for 4 points. Becca Decca looking at some space on the inside, manages to stay in bounds to get through and out of the pack. That was her initial, so as she comes through, she will be trying to score points. And Undertaker was trying, I think, to call the jam off, but instead headed to the box on a, okay, refs in the chat, what is it when you put your hand diagonally across your chest? Both jammers ended up going to the box, so Shenana Jam with both jammers going to the box, which means no lead jammer. We're going to go the full 2 minutes. I couldn't see what the other penalty was for. Oh, wait. Now Undertaker's headed back to the penalty box for a second time, I think. I did not see the signal on that one either. Becca Decca is through. Oh, Sirius says it was a track cut. Becca Decca is through for 4 points as Undertaker waits in the penalty box. I think Undertaker sat before it was 30 seconds, though. So Undertaker should be out of the penalty box before the end of this jam. But Becca Decca has an opportunity to continue to keep that lead for Traverse City, which low block. Thank you, Michael Kwan. That's right, low block. I love having officials in the chat. Always good when I can't remember. I should know these by now. I've been doing Derby for over 10 years, so. But it's all, I sometimes just let the officials be official. Yeah, we've been off for 3 weeks. I forgot everything. Okay, I was right. Undertaker was able to get out of that penalty box.
Okay, keep your eyes out for our $2 haulers. We've got people walking around passing buckets for $2. We'll say pretty much anything you want to. And all that money will be going to St. Margaret's house.
All right, a lot of pushy jamming for South Bend. And nobody's moving. This is a hard pack to get through. Pushy has 2 people to get through and is through as lead jammer for South Bend. I think that might be the, I don't know if Traverse City has had a lead jammer yet, but they're doing a really good job getting out after very quickly and forcing that call off, which is exactly what's happening here. That jammer was Nightmare, who came through as Pushy did a little apex jump to try and grab some points, but unfortunately I don't think landed that apex jump, so wasn't able to get any points there. Brittany says, Shreddy Bear is my sister-in-law, so I'm of course rooting for South Bend. Oh, Carl, those aren't pentagrams on the penalty chairs. Those are stars. They're stars that are representing where the jammers have to sit, because the jammers have to sit in a very specific spot. If they sit in a spot that doesn't have a star on it, then they have not started their penalty. That's the fun part about it. Boomba getting lead jammer for South Bend there, but followed quickly behind. This is becoming a pattern by Educate, who is jamming for Traverse City. Boomba signaling to her team to ask for what she needs and calls the jam before Educate can grab any points. Boomba was able to grab 3 points in that jam. I think is this the first time, Sirius, we've done a stream in a convention center? Yes? Nice. I think I've skated in a convention center once or twice. All I was told today is the track is slick. So we might see some sliding derby players today as they slide out. I mean, it looks slick out there. All right, South Bend with the lead, 22-20. I forgot to hit the lead change button, but we'll get there later. Maybe next time. Close game, like I told you. Blazing Bulldog grabbing lead jammer for Traverse City's first lead jammer of the game, but followed very closely behind by Swoley Mammoth. There's a little bit of a tumble there at the end. I see the refs discussing. I'm wondering if they're discussing whether or not they're going to issue a back block penalty at the end of that jam, because that's what it looked like to me. I see Ogre going over to chat with the skater that's in the penalty box, and he is signaling 2 to the NSOs. So that is a 2 penalties going to the blocker in the penalty box for Traverse City. What do they call skate helmet covers these days? I think they call them helmet covers. What, Sirius? Sirius says boring. What they used to call them was I never liked saying it. I think a helmet cover is perfectly fine. We could call it a helmet cover. Or we could call it something really silly. That would be more fun. A cap. So you go, good day. All right, Undertaker, I'm done with that. Undertaker is lead jammer for South Bend. Becca Decca jamming again for Traverse City. Still has the star on their head. Undertaker is in the helmet cover has been passed to number 42. Amazon Avenger, who is now the jammer for Traverse City. Undertaker engaging in the pack. A little bit of a collision happening there. And 1 point was grabbed by each jammer in that jam. South Bend ahead by 7 points right now. Hats, Rogue says. Rogue, you wear the hat, or whenever you put it on, you have the best pictures because you stretch it so far and then just kind of goes right on there. And I love watching you put the helmet cover on. It's one of my favorites. You've just got a certain style way that you do that. We could call it a top hat. Sounds very fancy. Top of the day to ya. Now I'm Irish. A lot of Pushy jamming for South Bend Roller Derby. It's clearly been 3 weeks since we've done this, people. A lot of Pushy is out as lead jammer for South Bend. Nightmare jamming for Traverse City is juking her way through, tries to get past a South Bend blocker and is able to do so to get out, but Pushy is now in the pack on her first scoring pass, weaving her way through the pack. Nightmare coming around. And that jam gets called before Nightmare can score any points, but South Bend was able to grab 4 more. We're over. That was over 10 minutes. Like, we only have 17 minutes left in this first half. It is going by so fast. These have been not necessarily super fast jams, but it just feels like it's going real fast. All righty. And that whistle means it's time for jam number 10. Boomba getting lead jammer for South Bend. Educate is following about half a track behind Boomba, who decides to call the jam after grabbing 3 points. That's what they call hit it and quit it. And the penalty box still staying pretty empty here, which both teams probably are very happy about that. We do not have electronic penalty tracking today, so I will try and find out during halftime where we are at with penalties so I can report that to you at the beginning of the second half. The Swoley Mammoth jamming for South Bend. Traverse City jammer pulling the pack a little bit further forward than Swoley Mammoth. Both packs doing a really good job holding those jammers. Traverse City blocker coming up to provide some beautiful offense on the inside line to help Blazing Bulldog get through to get lead jammer for Traverse City. That was gorgeous offense there. Blazing Bulldog entering the pack on a second pass. The star has been passed to South Bend's Smash Bandicoot, who will now be jammer for South Bend. Blazing Bulldog in the pack is calling the jam. Serious, we are being streamed right now in a Whole Foods market. Hello, everyone. Hope you're enjoying your groceries today. I don't think we've ever been streamed in a grocery store before. They are all cheering on Smash, number 10. Smash Bandicoot in her last retirement day of games. I think Smash is in the 3rd game as well. Wait, I guess I could look. I have a list. I was like, I'll ask later, but I would know, wouldn't I? Yes, Smash is in the 3rd game as well, our open gender game. All right, Undertaker getting lead jammer for South Bend, but followed closely behind by Becca Deca. Becca Deca entering the pack, and Undertaker sees her coming in, calls the jam. 3 points for South Bend. South Bend extending that lead, which probably feels real good to them because they just lost to Traverse City a few weeks ago. And they are pulling out. Yeah, that's what I announced at the beginning, remember? Were you not listening? Oh. What, you were busy pushing buttons? You should always be listening. Yes, Traverse City won by a little bit over 50 points in the game a couple weeks ago. So South Bend is pulling away a little bit here. I'm going to regret not hitting that, that lead change button. If I don't get a chance to hit it again, I'll be sad. But South Bend won't. A lot of pushy is lead jammer. South Bend doing a great job getting lead jammer consistently. I think Traverse City has gotten it twice so far, but South Bend has gotten it a lot more. But what Traverse City is doing really well, and they're doing right now again, is getting that jammer out to be able to chase down. And really, South Bend has not been able to get more than like 4 points in each jam. There haven't been any really long jams where skaters are just picking up points and points and points and points. Something I know South Bend is going to be watching here too, having watched this team a number of times this season, is they want to make sure to keep those jammers out of the penalty box, because that has hurt them in games in the past because when jammers go to penalty box, a lot of points can be scored by that other jammer. It's not only 30 seconds in the penalty box, it's the time it takes to get to the penalty box and to get from the penalty box. So both teams are going to really want to be careful with those jammers. And so far, aside from that very first jam, doing pretty good. And that one weird shenana jam. Boomba jamming for South Bend and Educate for Traverse City. Boomba just having to get past one more Traverse City blocker and does so beautifully, staying in bounds, using great muscle control to do so. But Educate is going to get out about 3/4 of a track behind. So Boomba currently in the track on a scoring pass. Educate is approaching the pack, but will not be able to score any points as Educate has called the jam and was able to score, I can't tell how many points she scored. 4 points. All right, getting ready for the next jam with only less than 12 minutes left in this first half. I haven't even gotten to tell any jokes yet. There's been no timeouts. We're just zipping through. Oh, beautiful little toe stops from the Swoley Mammoth to get out as lead jammer, just sneaking up that inside line there. Traverse City jammer trying to get out. Oh, huge hit from Lady Pterodactyl. That was such a big hit. That hurt me. That hurt, right? You serious? Whew. Taking a second to get up, I would too. Swoley Mammoth coming through to grab 4 points and is, oh, that was so good. That was not, oh, Blazing Bulldog, that's who it was. Blazing Bulldog getting out after that huge hit, was able to find some space somehow, magically, to get out, but is not going to be able to score any points because that jam is going to get called for another 6 points for South Bend, bringing them over the 50 mark. Okay, Carl, in Australia, did you all just go back to school? Do you have a similar school schedule to what we have? Because everybody I know is going back to school here in the Midwest. In Seattle, where I'm originally from, they don't start going back to school until September, so closer to after Labor Day. What's your guys' back to school schedules look like? Undertaker jamming for South Bend and Becca Decca for Traverse City. This is our first date that's during school, serious. It's no longer summer vacation. This is school dates. Becca Decca out as lead for Traverse City. Something they've been really working hard to try to do. Undertaker has the star in hand, might be looking for tear him up the pivot. Does not look like she's going to. Trying to pull that pack apart towards the front as Becca Decca is in the pack on a scoring pass. Undertaker did not need to pass the star, but is trying to get it back on. And that jam gets called by Becca Decca. Oh, wait. Tear him up is motioning to her team power jam. Did Undertaker go to the box at the end of that? Oh, power jam for South Bend. Looks like Becca Decca went to the box at the end of that. So this is a power jam situation in favor of South Bend. Oh, Australia does not have a long school break like the US, but colleges will break for 4 weeks. Wait, colleges grades 11 and 12. Our college is grades 13, 14, 15, 16, but we don't call them grades anymore. Grade 11 and 12 is still high school for us. Do you start with kindergarten and then first grade like us? I should just look this up later. We should talk about Derby. A lot of Pushy is lead jammer for South Bend. Pushy's been doing a lot of jamming today. All right, Becca Decca is back in the pack, getting pushed to the inside while a lot of Pushy gets through on her first scoring pass for 4 points for South Bend. Becca Decca still on her initial, is not currently scoring points as Pushy comes in on a second scoring pass. Has all 4 blockers of Traverse City to get through, pulling them forward, is forcing them to bridge. Becca Decca still stuck in that initial, but Pushy decides to call the jam after scoring 7 points for South Bend with only 8 minutes left in this first half. So fast. All right. They're getting all mixed up there at the start line. And a penalty box. I'm going to say it again, Michael. Nope, it's not empty. We have 1 blocker from South Bend in the penalty box right now. Boomba jamming for South Bend. Traverse City jammer getting just kind of hopping back and forth, getting pulled back by Tear 'em Up. Boomba is lead jammer. But Nightmare is out just less than half a track behind. These 2 jammers are racing to the pack. Boomba singling to the pack, just running through the pack and calling it to grab all 4 points. Beautiful. That was a clinic on just scoring those points and calling the jam before the other jammer can get in. The timing on that was perfect. Absolutely beautiful. I need to start working on memorizing these jammers so I can tell who they are. 62-28. That's not a palindrome for those of you who love our palindromes. We always like to look for them. I don't know why. It's just a fun thing. It's from Melody. Melody makes me look for palindromes. Oh, and a quick penalty being given to the Swollen Mammoth from South Bend, which gives Educate the opportunity, and she takes it to get lead jammer for Traverse City. Ooh, beautiful from Educate, coming around the outside to grab 4 points for Traverse City as this period is running down this is a great opportunity for Traverse City to cut into this lead that South Bend has grabbed. Beautiful. Everybody pushing to the outside. Educate getting through for another 4 points as Swoley Mammoth is coming out of the box now. Both of these skaters are approaching the pack. Only one of them is scoring as Educate does a beautiful little spin on the outside to grab another 4 points. Swoley Mammoth hands the star to Smash as Smash is now out of the pack. Educate is approaching the pack. Oh, gorgeous, gorgeous offense there. Who was that? That was beautiful by Amazon Avenger, just opening up that outside line so that Educate could grab another 4 points, bringing that total for Traverse City to 44. I was talking about palindromes, and they were like, "No, Aria, you're done. You are not talking about palindromes because we're gonna get much closer than that." So that brought them within 20 points. No, it didn't. 22 points. What? My math is not my strong suit. We know this, serious. Oh my gosh, Michael Kwan, if I could stream in Australia, that would be my dream. We're talking about getting a motorhome, but I don't think that would work to get us to Australia. That would take a bit. Lead jammer going to Undertaker from South Bend, being chased closely by Traverse City. Is that Amazon Avenger? No, Blazing Bulldog. And that jam gets called. I think 2 points. Yep, 2 points for South Bend. And now it is a 20-point spread. There we go. See, they just had to catch up to what I already said. Less than 5 minutes left, serious? And then I can eat more of my nachos. I got nachos from the concession stand, so that was the cheese that I bought when I got here. But we also brought cheese, so don't worry, I'm well stocked with all kinds of cheese. All right, nobody is moving. Everybody is all mashed up. Both jammers trying to get through. A lot of pushy is jamming for South Bend. But lead is going to go to Nightmare from Traverse City. Traverse City really trying to cut into this lead as we come down to the end of the first half. This game is getting much closer. Nightmare trying to find space is not going to be able to get any offense here as Traverse City is trying to really focus, but a big hit slows down Nightmare and sends a South Bend skater to the box. Nightmare still trying to push this pack apart, getting a little bit of offense now as a lot of pushy is trying to push through this strong wall of blockers, but Nightmare is not able to find space. A star has been passed to Smash Bandicoot, who was able to get out of the pack and is now jamming for South Bend. Nightmare is forced to call it off, but has grabbed 4 points for Traverse City. 16 points now between the teams. See how well I'm doing with these? Nope. Am I right? I'm second guessing myself now. Less than 3 minutes left in this first half. I've forgotten how to announce. I'm not forgetting how to do math. I still can't, but. Ooh, a timeout, finally. I can stop talking for a second. I haven't forgotten how to do math. I just don't do math. I'm not good at it. Michael Kwan says, I wagered the kids wouldn't be, quote, too tired for a trip to Australia and New Zealand. You know, Michael Kwan, I would not put it past my teenage boys to be like, hey, can we stay home while you go to Australia? Could you imagine? They're so silly. Goldie Sachs with the Derby Date Night member exclusive emoji. Joke alert. Here we go. Back to school jokes. What did the buffalo say at school drop-off? Bye, son. Get it? Bison, buffalo, bison, bison. Ah. You should get this one serious. Why don't fish go on a vacation? Because they're always in school, just like Carl in Australia. What time would it be if Godzilla came to school? That would be time to run. What? You're not saying anything. You're just looking at me. What flies around the school at night? An alphabet. But I promise they get better. Maybe. Lead jammer going to, I can't tell. Educate is following. Is that Boomba? Two points for South Bend. (66-48). Traverse City really has done a good job of kind of chipping. I was thinking of my favorite word, chipping. I have chips for halftime. Chipping into the lead that South Bend has created here. All right, 1 minute, 49 seconds left in this first half, and then we'll take a short break and be back for the second half of this game. This has been so fast. I just can't believe how fast this first half is going, and low scoring overall. Oh, giant hit from Smash on the outside to pull back Blazing Bulldog. The Swoley Mammoth is jamming for South Bend, trying to pull that pack apart at the front, but neither jammer having much success here. Swoley Mammoth, oh, everybody is just reforming around, but Swoley Mammoth is able to get through to grab lead jammer for South Bend. Blazing Bulldog trying to find space. Rampage doing some great defense there to hold back Blazing Bulldog as Swoley Mammoth comes around. And 1 minute left in this first half. Swoley Mammoth taking a push to the outside. Blazing Bulldog coming around. Track cut being called on, was that on? Yes, on Swoley Mammoth. So this will now be a power jam for Traverse City. And since Swoley Mammoth had, yeah, this is gonna take us to the end of the half. Both jammers are going to have to skate all 2 minutes. Well, except Swoley Mammoth, because she gets to rest for 30 seconds. So Traverse City gonna want to take Blazing Bulldog out of the pack for 4 points. They are gonna want, ooh, this is gonna bring us into, this could be very close as we go into halftime. Or Carl, if you type something very weird, then we know that your cat has taken over and is typing for you. Blazing Bulldog trying to find space and get through. Swoley Mammoth out of the penalty box, back in to scoring position. Swoley Mammoth is through for 4 points. Blazing Bulldog is through for 4 points. The period clock has ended, and so has jam time, which brings us to intermission. We are going to take a 15-minute break. Traverse City doing a great job there, bringing themselves to within 14 points. So this is anybody's game. They are going into an official review here at the end. I will find out what that is and let you know as we come into the second half what they were official reviewing and whether or not anyone retained anything. So I will see you all in 15 minutes. Michael Kwan, I see that you are going to be having to head out. I'm sorry to hear that, and hopefully you can watch us on the rewatch. And hey, nobody else is going to snark at me. No snarky, no being snarky at me, except for, we kind of welcome that here, so it's okay. Everybody can be snarky. Well, anyway, I'm gonna go eat my chips. I'll be back in a few. Bye. And welcome back to Derby Date Night, back to school edition. We are coming to you live from, a convention center in South Bend, Indiana. I can't remember what it's called. And I'm about to find out what that official review was. Thank you. Can you let that announcer know? They did not retain. Okay, so South Bend asked for a penalty to be called on the Traverse City jammer at the end of the last jam. They said that they were asking for a penalty to be called for an illegal contact from the white jammer to a downed skater. They thought that was an intentional contact trying to draw a low block, and after discussion the refs decided that they did not see that and they did not retain that official review. And that was a quick start to the second half with lead jammer going to Boomba of South Bend, but the Traverse City jammer got out right alongside Boomba, and Boomba had to call it, so no points were scored. Goldie Sox sending us some Derby love. Great to see you. Always love it when our members join and have fun watching some Derby with us. We have got 3 games for you today. We have 2 more games after this. We've got the B team of South Bend versus Derby friends from around the area. And then we've got an open gender game with the South Bend Dyngus Daze versus the B team of Race City Rebels. The Swoley Mammoth is lead jammer for South Bend. Blazing Bulldog jamming for Traverse City has that star off, might be looking to pass it, but is not going to be able to because the Swoley Mammoth takes a big hit to the outside and decides to call off the jam. Did she score any points, though, before she took that hit to the outside? I don't think, 3. Looks like she was able to score 3 points there. The refs are indicating to our NSO table, and at our, I think operating the scoreboard today is Mr. Bruce Guy, as I said earlier, celebrating 200 games. That is awesome. 200 games as a non-skating official. That's a lot of games. We should count our games sometime, Sirius, so we know what our milestone is. I have no idea how many days or games we've done. And do tournaments count? Does each game in a tournament count? We'll have to do some counting. A lot of pushy is lead jammer with a little jump and goes down, but is able to recover. Gets back up, but is called on a track cut. So she did a little jump. She went down, and I think she needed to cede position and did not, and so ends up going to the penalty box and so this will be a power jam for Traverse City, and Becca Decca, who is now trying to push through, just has one more skater to get past and is through for not lead jammer because lead jammer already was established by a lot of pushy before she went to the box, so no lead jammer for Becca Decca, but she gets to skate for 1 more minute because nobody gets to call this jam off. A lot of pushy is standing in the penalty box. Becca Decca is trying to find space. South Bend is I'm noticing that South Bend is trying to really push these jammers to either the inside or the outside, really working to get them out of bounds. Pushy is through, almost, 1 more, but gets a track cut again after coming in from the box, so that is a second track cut in 1 jam for a lot of pushy. Becca Decca is through for 4 points. Becca Decca trying to get through again, takes a big hit. No, back block from Becca Decca to a South Bend skater, but Becca Decca looks like we might be having some issues with an injury there. And that penalty was, I think, did the jam go to an end, Sirius, or did it get called for injury? I can't tell. Okay, well, Becca Decca is going to start this next jam as the jammer for Traverse City in the box. Yes, Carl, the spectators are sitting behind the penalty box, something we don't get to see very often. I've also never seen skaters sit in convention center chairs while they're playing roller derby. It's fun to do this in a I just love the lighting in here. I think it's gorgeous and just really great for Sirius and I, because we've also got really fast internet, so our streaming should be pretty good for you guys at home, we hope. Undertaker taking that star off, which does not mean no lead jammer. Becca Deca could still get it coming out of the box, but there was a pass made to the pivot of Tear 'em Up, so Tear 'em Up will now be jammer for South Bend. Becca Deca coming into the pack after that big hit. I hope she's feeling okay as she comes. I always am so surprised at jammers who can just come out after a huge hit and just be able to keep playing. Becca Deca taking another spill. Tear 'em Up coming through on a scoring pass now. Tear 'em Up, who is normally a pivot and a blocker, not usually a jammer, but might have almost a full jam of jamming to go here. As Becca Deca is struggling a little bit, takes that star off, hands it to the pivot. Amazon Avenger, but it was an illegal star pass. We think her skate there might be an issue with her skate happening right now. Becca Deca is not sure what to do because she had to take the star back, cannot skate, and is talking to the ref, trying to skate on one foot. Oh, that's so difficult. Tara, after working incredibly hard during that whole thing, has now scored 4 more points and is showing the crowd she has 8 points as a all right, Tara, good job. Tara's not used to being a jammer, and you can tell she has that smile at the end. Ogre working with the Traverse City jammer who had to sit down, and there's some discussion happening, and I'm not surprised that right now there is an official timeout happening. Abby Duffield is wondering who the officials are working today. I will read that list again because we always love to shout out our wonderful officials. We have got a 200 game NSO in Mr. Bruise Guy. I was told by the other NSOs that what you get for being an NSO for 200 games is an encouraging nod and a wow. So I don't know if that's just here today what Bruise Guy is getting, or if that is the actual like what you get after 200 games. It's an encouraging nod and a wow. But the other NSOs today are Dirt, Mac and Cheeks, Ellie Fino, Moth Ma'am, Luscious Malfoy, Geo Knitter, Hex, Crash Bandyioops, Ranger, and Heart Scar. And our skating officials are Richie Cranium, Shotgun Mike, Ella Noise, Biz, Ogre, Bambi Lance, Hazen, and Nimrod. And we have 3 medics here for us today, Raven, Jerry, and Anne. Oh, and I took so much time reading that I'm not going to be able to tell a joke. But we've got a pivot from Traverse City sitting in the box as we start this next. Oh, Abby says it's true. And 300 is a cape. There's an official milestone for each 100. So it's the official milestone is an encouraging nod and wow. I love that so much. That just makes me smile. A cape for 300? Ooh. I might have to start counting my NSO games now if I have the ability to get a cape. I'm excited. Oh, Traverse City getting the lead, but is followed so closely behind Boomba, got passed by Boomba, and called the jam. So nobody's going to score any points in that jam. Traverse City is not letting South Bend run away with this. South Bend was ahead by a lot more with about 5 minutes to go in the first half, and then Traverse City did some catching up, and they've kept it close ever since then. So this is really anybody's game. We are excited to have you all here today and hope that you are enjoying watching from wherever you are on this lovely Sunday afternoon. We have 2 more games coming up after this, so we'll be live for a while. Lots of derby. Swoley Mammoth grabbing lead jammer for South Bend, coming right up the middle there. That was beautiful. Traverse City, Educate taking a whip off of one of her teammates to try to get through. She's trying to pull that pack to the front while Swoley Mammoth comes in on a scoring pass. Penalty going to one of the blockers of Traverse City as Educate makes it through on her initial. Woolly Mammoth is through on her first scoring pass and decides to call the jam after scoring 4 more points for South Bend Roller Derby. Alexa, this is the second half that we just started. And yes, it has been close this whole time. We have loved watching it, and it has been it's been a good game so far, but very, very fast. So fast, which makes me happy that we have 2 more games. In September, we have 1 game that we're doing that is literally just 1 game, and I just don't know how Sirius and I are going to feel because we don't usually do that. All right, whistles being blown, and a lot of Pushy takes advantage of that to become lead jammer for South Bend. But Blazing Bulldog running up the inside line and managing to avoid contact is out about half a track behind. A lot of Pushy comes through for 4 points. Blazing Bulldog approaching the pack on a scoring pass. Engages in the pack, is trying to tiptoe on the inside. A lot of Pushy in the pack on a second scoring pass. Looks like they might run this one a little bit more as Blazing Bulldog has taken a hit to the inside and is being forced to the back of the pack. A lot of Pushy through and looks to Coach Bona, who suggests that she call the jam. And she does so, but not before scoring 8 points for South Bend. Traverse City, Blazing Bulldog was able to grab 2 points for Traverse City. How do you think it's going to feel, Sirius, to do just 1 game in September? We only have two days of streaming in September that we will be bringing you. I will be at Skate Wars the weekend after Labor Day, but then Derby Date Night will be streaming 2 games, and we'll be announcing those soon on our Facebook and Instagram. So if you are not a follower, please find us on those platforms and follow us so you can find out where we will be in September. Undertaker is lead jammer for South Bend. Nightmare jamming for Traverse City is currently in the penalty box. Undertaker trying to take advantage of this power jam by pushing this pack apart at the front and is able to do so to grab 4 points for South Bend, bringing them to the century mark. That is 100 points for South Bend in this game with less than 20 minutes left. Nightmare is out of the penalty box. I think Nightmare was still on her initial, so this is not a scoring pass right now. Nightmare has to get past all the blockers. And it looks like we have got 18 minutes left in... Why is the clock not moving at all? We might be at... Oh. Looks like... Okay, hold on just 1 second. All right, Blazing Bulldog is lead jammer for Traverse City. Woolly Mammoth jamming for South Bend. Getting some good hard hits there. Bellatrix Lestrange doing a great job working with, I think that's Java Junkie, to hold Woolly Mammoth. Both of them doing a great duo of blockers there. We have 2 days in September, Carl, so the end of September. But there's 1 day where we are only doing 1 game. We'll have to get you to find Skate Wars too, because Skate Wars will be 3 days of Derby. There will be, I think, 23-ish announcers and 3 tracks going all at the same time. There's going to be so much Derby happening with Skate Wars. And then we will be live, let me see, on September 22nd and on September 28th. So that's a Sunday and a Saturday. I guess that's in 1 week. We have two in 1 week. On a Sunday, and then we have 5 days, and then a Saturday. So, and we'll be announcing what those teams are whenever Sirius decides to do that, because that's not something I'm in charge of. So he is in charge of most of that. Oh, but this is a timeout, so I have to tell you guys some back-to-school jokes because I have a lot of them. What is a snake's favorite subject? History. Why don't you see a giraffe in elementary school? Well, they're all in high school because they're so tall. Get it? What is the smartest bug? A spelling bee. I don't know about that. I guess. Spelling bee. Why did the dog do so well in school? He was the teacher's pet. That one got a little giggle from Sirius. And why can't you do a math test in the jungle? There are too many cheetahs. A lot of pushies. Lead jammer for South Bend. Traverse City was having a bit of a streak of lead jammers right now. That a lot of pushy is definitely breaking that streak. And Pushy is out with 4 points. Educate also out. So we're going to see if Pushy's going to call it or run it. Looks like she's going to call it. And we are going to go into another jam. We are halfway through the second half of this game with just a little bit over 15 minutes left. But after this, we've got a whole nother game. We've got the B team. South Bend's B team will be playing Derby Friends, which is a lot of different people from the Midwest. Let's see. What teams do we have people coming from? We've got people from Kalamazoo, Naptown, Traverse City, and Circle City playing in the next game against South Bend's B team. And then after that, we have an open gender game between South Bend's Dyngus Daze and Race City Rebels B team. And that whistle means it's time for another official timeout on top of the first timeout so that I get to tell more jokes. First one went so fast because there were no timeouts, and now we're doing timeout after timeout after timeout. So, why do calculators make great friends? Because you can count on them. Why did the math book always look sad? Well, they're full of problems, of course. We're in the math section of the back-to-school jokes, just so you know. This is good for me. Thanks. Since I'm struggling with my math today. This one's easy, Sirius. What is a math teacher's favorite dessert? You can get this one. Pie. Oh, I am getting some information from the ref. Oh. Who was the captain? A lot of pushy?
No, white captain. We're black.
Oh. Okay. So white Traverse City got a delay of game penalty because there was no jammer fielded at the beginning of that jam, but that also means because the captain is the one who serves that penalty, and that was their 7th penalty, that they are now fouled out of the game. So that stinks. That really stinks, especially when it wasn't you. It looks like that person is, my favorite number, 42. That's my Derby number. Amazon Avenger, who I saw do some really great blocking out there, has fouled out of the game due to them not fielding a jammer during the last jam. So very important to always have your jammers out there, ready to go. Because I used to be a captain, and I remember getting that penalty a few times and being very sad. Because I was like, well, I got 4 penalties, but one of them wasn't really mine, but it was because I'm the captain. So many thoughts. Okay, I think we're getting back to roller derby now, so they're not going to let me tell any more jokes. But if I was to tell another joke, I would say, what did the triangle say to the circle? You're pointless. I like that one. Okay, people are playing derby, but nobody's really moving. The pack is starting to pull apart a little bit, but both of these packs doing a great job with their defense, just holding these jammers. Tear him up, coming up to play some offense, but the lead jammer goes to Blazing Bulldog, who saw the offense Tara was given and took it for herself. So Blazing Bulldog and Traverse City will be lead, but followed closely behind by the South Bend jammer. And it looks like nobody's going to be able, nope, 1 point scored by Traverse City in that jam. Goldie Sox, you are after my own heart. 42 is the secret of the universe. It's the best number. I always enjoy seeing whoever is 42 on all the teams, because it's like whoever else has your derby number, it's like you're in like a club, you know? Oh, we all have the same number. It's usually for different reasons, but it's like a fun little same number club. Boomba jamming for South Bend and Educate for Traverse City. And we are all going backwards right now instead of forwards, which is a strategy. It happens. Ooh, Educate going on the edges to get lead jammer, but Boomba is going to be going about a quarter track behind, very close here. These two jammers racing to the pack. Serious, we also have 42 viewers right now, so the chat has decided to support me in the love of 42 by having 42 viewers, which means no one can come and no one can leave. I don't know if that'll stay the same. Carl asked what's the most common penalty. Well, for jammers, it's a track cut. For blockers, it used to be multiplayer, but I don't see that one as much anymore. Don't look at me when I say multiplayer just because I got it all the time. Sheesh, rude. Traverse City jammer getting pulled to the back by Tear 'em Up. Swoley Mammoth jamming for South Bend. Neither jammer finding space right now. Becca Decca is the jammer for Traverse City. Trying to pull that pack to the front while Swoley Mammoth is getting pulled to the back by the Traverse City blockers. Becca Decca is lead jammer for Traverse City. Swoley Mammoth has the star off and sneakily hands it to Tear 'em Up, who will now be the jammer for South Bend. Becca Decca is just sailed through to grab 4 points, turns and looks at the bench. Tear 'em Up is approaching the pack and will not be able to score any points because she did what a pivot does best, which is get the jammer to call off the jam. I forgot to eat my nachos during halftime, and now I'm sad. I still have my nachos. Hopefully they're still good after, I mean, they're just chips. Chips and cheese. The cheese might not be warm anymore. Yeah, it happens. That's no Gouda. Sirius goes, oh no. Oh, but this is a beautiful lead jammer grabbing by Blazing Bulldog, who is now lead jammer as a lot of pushy is trying to get past one last Traverse City blocker and does so, bringing her out about half a track behind Blazing Bulldog, who's going to try to score some points here before a lot of pushy can catch up. Blazing Bulldog gets her hips and was able to grab 1 point for Traverse City, bringing them to 79. Oh, both got 1 point. The refs are discussing. When they're discussing and they have their hands up and they're counting numbers, I always like to watch in case they change. Oh, wait. Bambi's did change. It was 1 and now it's 0. Nope, it's 0. They discussed. That's not Bambi. That's Ella. I'm catching up, Sirius. It's been a few weeks. All right. I think I just heard a multiplayer get called, actually. A multiplayer is when you create an impenetrable, what's it called? Impenetrable, what's the word I'm thinking of? Link. Link is the word I'm thinking of. Educate is the lead jammer for Traverse City. Undertaker has the star off, is having a hard time getting past the Traverse City blockers here, but tiptoeing on that outside line was able to hand the star to tear him up, who will now be jammer for South Bend. Educate is trying to find some space on the outside and does so to grab 4 points and call off the jam. Serious, where's my penalty cheat sheet? Where'd it go? You lost it? That was my Mother's Day gift. Well, I have no cheat sheet, so I have no knowledge. It's on the counter. I'll have to call the kids and ask. They would be so confused. Well, we lost Michael, who's one of our experts in the chat, but Abby seems to be helping us out as well. So we've always got somebody in the chat who could help with penalties, even though technically I should know them better. Boomba is lead jammer for South Bend, coming around as Blazing Bulldog is able to get out. But Boomba is currently in the pack on a scoring pass. It's getting waterfalled all the way to the back, which was a beautiful job on Traverse City's part there to force the call off. 2 points were able to be scored there by South Bend. South Bend keeps trying to pull away with this game, but Traverse City is just kind of, they're keeping tight, they're chipping away, but with only 8 minutes left, there's going to have to be something pretty major, I think, like a jammer penalty, and they did lose their captain, so that's probably hurting them right now too. Yes, Carl, the point of a wall of blockers is to be impenetrable, but you can't like grab hands at the spot where a jammer is directly trying to challenge. Otherwise, Derby would just be a bunch of people standing there and not moving. So that's why, like if the rule was that you could make any sort of a link, then the blockers would just be way too strong. So you can use your shoulders, you can use your butts, but you can't like grab onto someone's arm right where the jammer is. You can do it, that's why people do a lot of the triangles, because you can grab if you're in a triangle and you are not the direct link. But if you're the direct link, you have to drop it. Becca Deca, lead jammer, is on a scoring pass right now. Tara has taken the star again. I don't think I've ever seen Tara take the star this many times in a game, but forces the call off. Michael B., welcome to the third wheel practice squad. Trying to feature you up on the screen, Michael. See if we can do that. Look, we did it! Yay! We have a new iPad that I can control now, so I have controls of which chats I can put up on the screen. Welcome to the Third Wheel Practice Squad. We are so excited to have you here. Everybody out here who's the third wheel, welcome Michael. Oops. See, serious, I did it again. Now I'm just tapping. I'm just tapping everybody's quotes. All right. Another lead for Traverse City and Educate. A lot of pushy, has that star off. Might be looking to give it to Smash. I told you Traverse City wasn't going to make this easy. Educate with a big, huge spin, getting pulled all the way to the back of the pack there, as a lot of pushy is still trying to find her way out. Traverse City doing some beautiful waterfalling to the front. There were some really good moves there by Tabby Catastrophe to hold a lot of pushy back for as long as she could. A lot of pushy did get out, but was unable to score any points there, and Traverse City was able to grab 4. Carl, you're getting a lot of great advice in the chat, so definitely take a look at that advice, because sometimes multiplayers can get really confusing. Penalty box is currently empty. It's hard to tell when it's so close to the bench, but it is. Blazing Bulldog jamming for Traverse City, getting that very quick lead jammer. Look, that's 3 in a row for Traverse City. Undertaker jamming for South Bend. Gonna have to get out of there. I mean, this is quick pass to tear him up, wearing the star again. Tara's doing a lot of work in this game. Uh-oh, I hear a penalty. Not on the jammer. 4 points and calling it for Traverse City, but they are now with 5 minutes left in this game. 17 points. Look, my math is getting better after those math jokes. We are now having a team timeout, and since I'm doing math, we should do a few more math jokes. What kind of meals do math teachers eat? Square meals? That's the geometry teacher, really. Geometry, which according to my son, he's taking geometry right now. He says that geometry is not a great subject. It doesn't make sense, and why does he ever need shapes? He's fine with algebra, he's fine with all the other maths, but he does not understand geometry. To him, it has no point, which is exactly what a triangle says to a circle. See me bringing back that joke? Serious? It all full circle? Which U.S. state has the most math teachers? Massachusetts. Why did the boy go to school with his pants tucked into his socks? To protect himself from mathematics. Get it? I know that now because we've lived in the Midwest now for 10 years. Boomba is lead jammer for South Bend, and Educate trying to get out as Boomba comes around, still on her initial. Boomba coming into the pack on a scoring pass. And through for 4 points for South Bend. Goldie Sock said, that doesn't add up. Nice one. Both jammers out of the pack. Boomba not calling it. Java Junkie took the star and was coming in to try and score some points, but that jam was called after South Bend scored 7 total points. But what I was going to say about ticks was we're from Seattle. We didn't know about ticks when we first moved out here, so Sirius went down. We have a little pond behind our house, and Sirius went down, and he was chopping down all the grass and all the stuff that was all marshy, and then he came in, and we found out later about ticks and why people like tuck their pants into their socks when they go outdoors. And once we learned about ticks, we got a bug guy to come to our house, and and we are done with ticks. We said, no, we don't want any of that. We don't want to deal with it. No, no ticks. Spaceaholic says, the best part of Derby Date Night is getting to tell all your family all these jokes after the game. I love that one. That is wonderful. Lead jammer going to Swoley Mammoth. That was beautiful work there to grab that lead jammer, but Becca Decca is shortly behind. And that jam is going to be called. Just 1 point? 1 point. We are under 3 minutes left in this game, but don't worry, there's more Derby for you coming up. We have got a South Bend B team matchup against roller derby friends from teams in Michigan and Indiana. So looking forward to seeing that game, and then an open gender game after that. So lots of Derby today, all day long. A lot of pushy jamming again for South Bend. Is out as lead jammer. Blazing Bulldog trying to find space on the inside. Saw a space on the inside, tried to take it, but was unsuccessful and got reformed around as a lot of pushy comes through on a scoring pass. A lot of pushy coming around again. Blazing Bulldog out of the pack now and in scoring position with less than 2 minutes left in this game. And a timeout is being called. Carl says our time moving into our home was a ticking time bomb because we didn't know about ticks. That is very true, Carl. All right, a couple more jokes for Back to School edition. Where do kids in New York learn multiplication tables? Times Square. You go to Times Square to learn how to multiply. What is a math teacher's favorite season? Summer. I think that's okay. I get it because it's math and they do sums and blah 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 blah. But isn't that every teacher's favorite season is summer? But did you know if, like me, you work in higher education, so colleges, we don't get the summers off. We're like high school teachers, elementary school teachers. They all get the summers off. We don't get the summers off. Administration, university administration. We get to work all summer. I remember my parents were high school and middle school teachers, and then when I decided to go into higher education, then I was sad to find out that I don't get summers off. Oh, Michael B. upgraded membership to Third Wheel All-Star. Welcome to the All-Stars, Michael B. We are so excited to have you. You are going to get access not only to the emojis, but you will also have our full res games after the game, so you can watch them at full resolution, which looks really, really nice and beautiful. Welcome, Michael B, to the All-Stars. We are so excited to have you. Star Pass happening out there from Traverse City to help them get out of the pack to try and chase down Boomba, who is making it around as lead jammer with just a little bit more than a minute left in this game. Kayla, I petitioned for a serious cam to see the reaction to the jokes. I think you guys would laugh a lot harder if you could see him because he just gave me the signal for like money. It's like money. I don't want to be on camera, serious, no matter how much they donate. I don't know if we could put a camera facing us because that, I'm sure you all would be very, very amused by it. But a serious camera would be funny. I could just take pictures of his reactions to different jokes. One of these games, I might just do that. I might just do a series of pictures of his face. They would all look slightly irritated. Or you would have your head in your hands. All right, 25 seconds left in this game. This might be the last jam of this game. A lot of pushy jamming for South Bend. A lot of pushy is through as lead jammer. Smash Bandicoot is out there pulling back the Traverse City jammer Blazing Bulldog. Smash Bandicoot in what is her last game for South Bend Roller Derby is crying and it is coming time for Smash to retire. Smash has been a part of this derby community since before I even started skating, and she is going to be truly missed. Just a big presence in this community. She will also be in the last game today as a second part of her retirement, but this is her last game with her home team of South Bend Roller Derby, which she has been with, I think, even maybe since the beginning. Since they started in 2010, I'm not sure. But Smash has been around for forever, and we have adored her. So great game to South Bend. Smash going out with a win from South Bend. South Bend making up for the loss they had to Traverse City a few weeks ago. So very nice job by them. We're going to stick around for a little bit longer than usual today just to give Smash a little bit of a skate around and a thank you for all the great years here. Great game by everybody. Simon, okay, we'll finish with a joke from Simon. An infinite number of mathematicians walk into a bar. The first one walks up and orders a beer. The second orders half a beer. The third wants a fourth of a beer, and the next one wants just 1/8. The bartender sees where this is going and stops them before anyone else can order. The bartender pours 2 beers, hands them over, and says, "You guys should really know your limits." That one actually got a chuckle, out of serious. None of mine earlier today got a chuckle at all. So good job, Simon. You win the only chuckle from Sirius for that game. But we have 2 more games coming up. So we're going to take a short break and then be back with you in just a little bit. We should be starting at, I don't know, this says it's 2:29. So we're supposed to start in 30 minutes at 3 o'clock. With our next game between Derby Friends and South Bend's B team. Derby Friends is made up of skaters from Kalamazoo, Naptown, Traverse City, and Circle City roller derbies. So be back in about half an hour with that game, and then one more game after that one. So lots more derby coming up, and excited to continue chatting with you for the next few hours. See you in a few. Welcome back to Derby Date Night, back to school edition. You are joining us for the second game of our triple header with South Bend Roller Derby today. This game is going to be South Bend's B team versus Derby Friends. Many from Kalamazoo, Traverse City, and I see some Naptown jerseys, and that might be about it. But I'm going to introduce some of those people to you as we get ready for our second game. On the Derby Friends team, we have the following: Mexican Takeout, Midwest Menace, Smackajawea, Ophelia, Headhunter, Pedro Smashgal, Stormbreaker, Mad Hatter, Basher, Smashing Chi, Pocket, Battison, Killa, and Stingray. They are coached by Javelin. It's always fun to see a team that is a mashup of multiple teams. I think it's about half Kalamazoo and then a few sprinkled in for some other teams. So should be a fun evening. Afternoon? It's afternoon still, right? Yeah. We're in a convention center, so I don't even know if it's light outside or dark outside or what it is. So it is afternoon because it's 3 o'clock. I'm assuming it's sunny outside. Who knows? By the way, we are coming to you from South Bend, Indiana, and the, what did we decide this place is called? The something center. I wrote it down. Hold on. Let me find out where we are. I just know we're at a convention center. We are the Century Center in South Bend, Indiana, which driving through South Bend today was just beautiful. We really enjoyed that. Anyway, the Derby Friends team that I just introduced you to will be playing the Bonnie Dooms, which are the South Bend B team. They consist of Rot Wheeler, Cosmic Sparkle, Killjoy Kelly, Serial Thriller, The Piper, Steel Elbow, Spins McGee, Rex and Effects, Hoity Toity, Biohazard, Bad Bunny, Alaska Thunder Trucks, Nurse Wretched, Naughty Nelson, and The Audacity. They are coached by Bon Appetit and Rusty Cage. Should be a really fun game. We are coming off of a game from the South Bend A team and Traverse City A team, and that game was won by South Bend after losing to Traverse City a few weeks ago at a tournament. I'm sure South Bend feels really great about that win, and they are hoping to add to that win total by having their B game win this next game against the Derby Friends. But Derby Friends are not going to make it easy. Today's jokes are also brought to you from the Back to School edition of Derby Date Night. We have been spending the past few weeks getting our kids, LOL and OMG, off to their freshman and sophomore years of high school, which makes me feel incredibly old to tell you all that both of my kids are in high school. But they are all settled and going strong. They did not want to come today because, quote unquote, they're too tired from school. I guess school is exhausting them. So they are taking a break from Derby today to rest, because as a teenager, you need rest. Those of you who are older than teenagers, you know exactly what you're thinking, which is, whew, they have no idea what it means to go without rest. But Sirius and I are here. We drove up today to South Bend for this triple header of Derby. So we're going to enjoy this game. And then we have one more game after this, the open gender game between South Bend's Dyngus Daze and Race City Rebels B team. So we have got a full day of Derby here in the Century Center. And as you can see, some great lighting. And we're really enjoying this venue. We've had just a great time so far, and we hope to continue that. We've also got some amazing officials on skates and off skates, so let me introduce them to you now. On our non-skating official side, we have Dirt, Mac and Cheeks, Ellie Fino, Mothman, Luscious Malfoy, Geoknitter, Hex, Mr. Bruise Guy, Crash Bandyioops, Ranger, and Heartscar. Mr. Bruise Guy just finished in our last game, officiating his 200th game in his NSO career, and I guess officially he gets a encouraging nod, and wow, that's what you get as an NSO after you've done 200 games. And someone said in the last game that you get a cape once you've done 300. Our skating officials are Richie Cranium, Shotgun Mike, Ella Noise, Biz, Ogre, Bambi Lance, Hazen, and Nimrod. M coming in with the jokes. My son said he ran 2 miles at school. I asked if he was exaggerating. He said, just a running joke, Dad. Oh, I like it, Em. You're always bringing the good themed jokes. Welcome to all of you who are members. If you are not a member, you may notice that our members have little wheels next to their names, and they've also got some Derby Date Night exclusive emojis. We have 3 levels of membership for you to choose from if you want to support us and as on our journey as Derby Date Night. If you are not able to support us monetarily, that is fine. We ask that you like and subscribe to our channel. We are found on Facebook, Instagram, and of course, here on YouTube. So do not hesitate to like and subscribe so you can find out where we will be heading next. But for right now, we are getting ready to watch this game, and we have got jammers lining up for both the Bonnie Dooms and the Derby Friends. That whistle means the jam is on. The Audacity jamming for the Bonnie Dooms, and Stormbreaker for Derby Friends. The Audacity trying to find some space on the inside line, getting pulled all the way to the back. Stormbreaker trying to find space also on the inside line, but is not successful at getting out. Both jammers just scrappy in there. Stormbreaker was able to grab that space at the end and is out as lead jammer for Derby Friends. The Audacity with a little bit of a hop and a skip tries to get through on the inside, but was pulled all the way to the back. Stormbreaker coming in on a first scoring pass, meets a wall of blockers from South Bend, but is able to get through and grab 4 points for Derby Friends. The Audacity has passed the star, it looks like, to, I don't know who. Serial Thriller, who is out of the pack and now in the pack on a scoring pass and is scoring points, but getting pushed all the way to the back here by Smackajawea. Takes another hit from Smackajawea to the inside, but Smackajawea gets a penalty. I couldn't see what that penalty was from Richie, but we will, oh, that penalty box got full real fast. 2 Derby Friends being friendly in the penalty box, and 1 Bonnie Dooms skater in the penalty box. So we will start this next jam down a few blockers. We're down 2 blockers from each team, or 2 and 2? Oh, 2 and 2. Look at that. I always love it when we're down blockers. It should be easier on the jammers, theoretically, so we will see how that goes. Hoity-toity jamming for the Bonnie Dooms, and Headhunter grabbing lead jammer for Derby Friends. Hoity-toity trying to find some space here as Headhunter comes through on a scoring pass to grab 4 points. Now, when we've got people in the penalty box like we do right now, once you have passed all the skaters, or once you pass 1 skater in the pack, you get the points from everybody who's in the penalty box or coming back from the penalty box. So you just have to pass 1 to get the other points. Headhunter grabbing a track cut and headed to the penalty box. So this will be a power jam for Hoity-toity and the Bonnie Dooms. Chance to catch up here to the Derby Friends, who have taken an early lead in this game. Hoity-toity hitting the pack. Bonnie Dooms trying to do some offense to open up some space for Hoity. Headhunter is standing. Hoity-toity is able to get out of the pack and get through to grab 4 points for the Bonnie Dooms. Because Headhunter was lead when she went to the penalty box, she will not be able, there's no lead jammer, so no one will be able to call this jam, and this will go the full 2 minutes. Headhunter was able to get through for 4 points of their own. Penalty being called on somebody, but not a jammer. The jammers continue to go around, each of them having scored 4 more points. 17 seconds left in this jam. We got 2 people in the penalty box right now, 1 from each team. Headhunter through again, as is Hoity. This is going to be a It's point for point. We're all going to score a lot of points on this one, not just one team. Both teams are going to score a lot of points. Looks like both teams scored 16, so even though the score is 24 Derby Friends to 20 Bonnie Dooms, it's only 4 points between these two teams. Em, you said so many nice things during that jam. She says subscribing to DDN is so free and amazing. You actually lose money by not subscribing. All of the free goodness, Derby fun, and always prevalent jokes. And congrats on getting over 1,000 subscriptions and securing the closed caption function. Yes, we are so excited. We had some friends of ours, Derby friends, who decided that it was important that we get over 1,000, and they just asked the Derby community in a lot of different settings to help us and subscribe, and we were able to get over 1,000 subscribers, and we're now almost at 1,100 subscribers, which is just bonkers to me. And we are able to have closed captioning now. So thank you so much to everyone for that. Oh, is it working? Is anybody using it? Oh my gosh, I don't even want to know what my live closed captioning is going to do to me. Basher from Derby Friends was lead jammer, was able to get out and grab 4 points and call the jam before the Bonnie Dooms could score any points on that jam that just happened. I mean, I know I speak fast. I'm really curious to see how a live teleprompter, I'll try to enunciate very clearly. So the teleprompter can understand what I'm saying. It's not a teleprompter? Oh yeah, you're right. A teleprompter tells you things. Closed captioning. Who is there a person or is it AI? I'm imagining a little tiny person who's typing very fast. Yes. Mexican Takeout is lead jammer for Derby Friends. Out quickly and racing around. The Audacity is jamming for Bonnie Dooms and was able to get out there. Great job there by the Audacity to get out. Mexican Takeout has not called the jam at this point. Looks like we are going to run it. Zero Queen says it's working pretty well. M says it's working. Yay! It is AI. Sad. I'm just going to imagine it's a little tiny person because I think that's cute. But also, it's nice that somebody doesn't have to do that. They still do that in the court, don't they? They have like the okay. I'm watching Derby, serious. I promise. Everybody is. I mean, Derby Friends has decided to just run this one, but they were able to outscore the Bonnie Dooms 12-4 in that jam. Helping the big brains of AI to learn about Derby. You know what? Okay, so let's if we're going to teach AI about Derby, we need to be clear. Roller skates have 4 wheels on each skate. They are not rollerblades. They do not go in a straight line. There. Now we're helping AI because every time AI tries to do roller skates, it does not go well. They do not understand Derby. And people still only have 2 legs and 2 arms in Derby. Even, you know, when you play sports, you don't gain extra appendages. Lead goes to Derby Friends. Ophelia is jamming against Hoity Toity, who's trying to pull that pack to the front. She's just got to get past one more skater, is able to do so. Ophelia has scored 4 points for Derby Friends. Hoity's looking at the bench to decide what to do because now Hoity has a power jam as Ophelia is headed to the box, so has lost lead. This will be another 2-minute jam. And we're pulling Hoity Toity. Oh, Killa is pulling Hoity Toity all the way back. Hoity is just waiting for Killa and is trying to not let herself be pulled all the way back. But Killa is doing a great job of killing this power jam of Hoity's because Ophelia is already standing in the penalty box and is now out of the penalty box as Hoity gets through for 4 points. So was not able to score more than that on that power jam, but Ophelia is entering the pack and is on a scoring pass of their own. I don't think Sirius has any new sound effects yet, Em. Am I correct, Sirius? No, he says not yet. He has actually been back to school as well. He works at the local university and has been very busy. And our kids are doing marching band. And I mean, I don't even want to get going on the fact that our 15-year-old has his first girlfriend. But we don't want to talk about that because Sirius doesn't want to admit that that's happening in our lives. So Hoity is in the pack right now after Ophelia gets through for another 4 points. Hoity is also through for another 4 points. Bonnie Dooms currently having outscored Derby Friends 12-8 so far. But that is the end of the jam. Ophelia was able to snag 2 points at the end of that jam there. M said sad trombone noises at no new effects, but now I want sad trombone noises, please. Serious, write that down. Yes. Wah, wah, wah. I need that sound effect desperately. I don't even remember what sound effects we have. We got to get on it. We've been too busy with the beginning of school for everybody. So speaking of, we do have back to school jokes if there's ever a timeout. So we've got lots of those, and we're excited about it. Lead jammer going to Smackajawea and Derby Friends. Alaska Thunder Trucks is jamming for the Bonnie Dooms. It's getting pushed to the outside and forced back as Smackajawea is making their way through the pack to score 4 points for Derby Friends. Alaska still trying to find some space, is pushed to the inside. Is going to the outside to try and find some space, looking for some help from her offense here, and is able to get out just in front of Smackajawea, who has come through to grab another 4 points. Let's see if Smackajawea is going to call this jam or let this jam continue to keep going. Oh, and Smackajawea calls that jam after scoring 8 points for Derby Friends. But it looks like the Bonnie Dooms were able to grab 1 there. M's got a good back-to-school joke for us. Why did the kid eat his homework? Because his teacher said it was a piece of cake. You know, I wouldn't put it past some kids. You know, they're very literal. We have one of those literal children of our own who, when Sirius was younger, or when he was younger, and Sirius said he was going to jump in the shower, our son, it was OMG, said, "No, Dad, don't. You'll get hurt." Jumping in the shower. The Audacity jamming against Mexican Takeout. The Audacity grabbing lead jammer for Bonnie Dooms, hoping to use this power. Is this a power jam? Where is Mexican Takeout? I don't know where Mexican Takeout is. That's a pivot in the box. Oh, Mexican. She's so tiny, I didn't see her behind the pivot. Okay. It is a power jam, but now it is a shenana jam as the Audacity is headed to the penalty box, and Mexican Takeout will leave the penalty box. The Audacity will only sit for as long as Mexican Takeout sat. However, Mexican Takeout sat for, I think, almost the whole 30 seconds, so it'll be about a 30-second penalty. Mexican Takeout sailing through the pack on the inside line on her initial pass, comes into the pack on her first scoring pass, breaks that pack apart, and finds that space to grab 4 points. Missy FTW, I know who that is. Am I able to say JJ? JJ, welcome to the practice squad. I don't know if you want me to call you Missy or JJ, but I'm going to say JJ, welcome to the practice squad. We are so excited to have you as part of the third wheels, and now you will officially have a wheel next to your name, so always exciting. And you get access to our special emojis, which Sirius is going to make more of them when I tell him to. He just rolled his eyes at me. It's fine. Oh, I have to take that down, don't I? Mexican Takeout through for another 4 points for Derby Friends. And wow, just sailing through again as the Audacity is trying to find some space and is really struggling to get past these Derby Friends. Beautiful, just spinning around the inside line there to grab another 4 points from Mexican Takeout. That was a 20-point jam for Mexican Takeout, even with 30 seconds in the box. That's pretty impressive. Bringing Derby Friends total to 78. We have 16 minutes and something seconds left in this first half. And then we will have another half of Derby and then a whole nother game with the open gender game between the Dyngus Daze and Race City Rebels B team. All right, I see. Oh, Derby Friends Jammer headed to the box immediately. Stormbreaker, I didn't see what for, but this is going to be a power jam for Hoity Toity in South Bend, who have gotten a lead jammer status. Stormbreaker came back, but now, wait, I'm so confused because Stormbreaker was not in the penalty box for 30 seconds. Came back, started jamming, and then immediately went to the penalty box again. So Hoyte is on a scoring pass now and trying to pull that pack to the front, and does so to grab 4 points for the Bonnie Dooms. Yes, the penalty box has been very busy so far in this first half from everybody. We do not have electronic penalty tracking today, but I will try to find, I forgot in the last game, but I'll try to find out at halftime what's going on with the penalties and who's getting high in penalties, because we might already have a few that are a little bit high in penalties. But Stormbreaker is out of the box now and trying to make her way through the pack. Hoyte is through for another 4 points, bringing that total to 8. Derby Friends scored 20 points to 0 in the last jam. Hoyte is trying to chip into that lead. The star has been passed to Smackajawea, who will now be the jammer for Derby Friends. Hoity-toity is through for another 4 points, bringing her total to 12, and looks at Coach Bonapetite, who suggests she should call the jam, and Hoyte does so. But not before scoring 12 points and bringing Bonnie Dooms up to 53 points to Derby Friends 78. Looks like we're getting ready to start the next jam with less than 15 minutes left in this first half. Headhunter jamming for Derby Friends is lead jammer. Alaska Thunder Trucks jamming for South Bend, trying to find some space, looking to get some offensive help. That inside line just got cleared out for Alaska Thunder Trucks, who saw that opportunity and took it to get out. Headhunter finding space and getting through to grab 4 points for Derby Friends. Is not looking like she's going to call it, so Alaska Thunder Trucks is going to have the opportunity to get some points for the Bonnie Dooms. Headhunter finding space on the inside is through for 4 more points as Alaska Thunder Trucks is getting pulled to the back. Headhunter also getting pulled to the back. Headhunter is through for 4 more points for Derby Friends. Everybody falling around a little bit, but Headhunter getting through again. Finding that not calling it actually worked out in the favor of Derby Friends. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. It's definitely a chance when you decide not to call it, hoping that your defense can hold that jammer in the back, which Derby Friends have done a nice job of doing. Alaska Thunder Trucks has gotten through, but has not yet. I think she's got a few points in the pocket here, but has had a hard time getting all the way through, while Headhunter has scored 16 points. 20 points now, getting through again. Alaska still trying to find some space. These blockers are just zeroed in on Alaska, who's struggling to find that space. Oh no, how did Alaska get a penalty? Oh dear, a lot of confusion at the end of that. I would not be surprised if there's some sort of a, maybe I'm just the one confused. Sometimes that's the case. They all know exactly what happened, and I'm like, I'm very confused, so. I'm trying to see. Nope, nobody's gonna call a timeout here. The South Bend team is not out on the track at all, so I'm guessing there's gonna be a timeout. Yep, there it is, which means I get to tell some jokes. Let's find my jokes. All right, as you know, it's back to school edition. So this one, and I don't think Melody Mayhem is watching right now, but this was a special one for Melody Mayhem. Why does a music teacher need a ladder? To reach the high notes. What are 10 things that a teacher can always count on? Their finger. Yeah, serious, you got it. Their fingers. As a teacher, I still, whenever I have to multiply by 9, I still do the thing where you put one finger down and then you look at how many fingers are on either side. Why did the teacher jump in the pool? They wanted to test the water. What does an English teacher like to eat for breakfast? Synonym rules. Try to say it, serious. Synonym rules. Synonym. Try to say synonym 5 times. Synonym, synonym, synonym rules. Synonym rules. It's hard to say. He said his timeout over yet? How rude. M's got one more for us. Went to the parent-teacher meeting and asked if we could talk about the elephant in the room. Turns out it was just a paper-mache pachyderm. Killa, whoa, what? Okay, Killa coming out real fast with lead jammer status because Alaska did get a penalty at the end of that last jam. So starting with a power jam for Derby Friends, Killa has gotten through. We've also got another Bonnie Doom skater, I think, in the box. So Killa only has 3 blockers out there to get past. Has scored 4 points, is trying to score 4 more by breaking this pack apart. They're working real hard to hold Killa. Killa was able to get through again for 8 points total. Alaska now out of the pack, just has to get past Smackajawea, who's doing some one-on-one blocking, pushes Alaska Thundertrucks to the inside of the track and pulls her back. Killa coming into the pack on another scoring pass, also getting pulled to the back of the pack. Alaska almost made it all the way out, but went to the inside again and is going to the back. Killa through for another 4 points for a total of 12. Killa coming around on her 4th scoring pass. Alaska, did she pass the star? Is she thinking about passing the star? She's holding the star. Okay. Might be looking for the pivot. Killa calling the jam on the outside line there, but has scored, I think, scored 15 total points there. Good job, Derby Friends. Bringing their total to 117. Bonnie Doom's at 57. The Audacity lining up for Bonnie Dooms. See, I can tell that's the Audacity because of the pink shorts, but I haven't figured out how to identify all the other jammers. But the Audacity is an easy one because those bright pink shorts make it very easy to tell. So if all jammers could wear one item of clothing that is very obvious, that would really help me out as an announcer. I know they think about that when they're choosing their bout day outfits, but it does make it easier for me to be able to call your name when you wear something that I can be sure it's you. Ooh, the Audacity attempting an apex jump on the inside line was unsuccessful. Bash Her is the jammer from Derby Friends, who is currently lead jammer, and on a scoring pass takes a big hit, but is able to get through it to grab 4 points for Derby Friends. The Audacity is out of the pack, has gotten 4 points of her own. Basher swooping to the outside, taking a hit, slowing her down. Who was that? That was a beautiful hit by number 19 on the Bonnie Dooms. Rottweiler. Great job slowing her down and forcing that call off. Everybody scoring some points, but Derby Friends outscored the Bonnie Dooms 8-6. Really great job there by the Bonnie Dooms, keeping close with Derby Friends. See, that's why I said it's hard to decide whether to call it or keep it running, because you have to very quickly think through, okay, who is the other jammer? How strong are my blockers that are out there right now? And looking at the coach, there's a lot of things that a jammer has to think about very quickly when they are lead and the other jammer gets out. And most of the time, it's pretty natural to just call it. But sometimes jammers decide to run it based on some of those factors. Stormbreaker, jammer for Derby Friends, is out as lead jammer. Hoity is jamming for South Bend and trying to find some space. Ophelia is hard to get around on the outside there. All 4 Derby Friends blockers focused on defense. Bonnie Dooms all also focused on defense as Stormbreaker comes into the pack to try and get through. Is having a tough time breaking this pack apart, getting some offensive help there from Ophelia as Stormbreaker finds some space on the outside and is able to get through. Hoity looking for some space, is almost out, tiptoeing along the inside line after taking a hit from Smackajawea, is able to stay in bounds and get out of the pack to chase down Stormbreaker, who has just gotten through for her second 4-point pass. Stormbreaker sees Hoity out of the pack and decides to call the jam. I don't know what is Tubi? Carl says, if any of you have Tubi, there's an Australian horror movie featuring roller derby called Murder Drome. It's B grade. I feel like I've heard of it before. B grade, but a fun story and worth watching. I feel like, is Tubi like a free streaming service? I feel like I've heard of it before. If you have Netflix, though, Sirius and I have discovered a new show that I'll tell you about in a second, because Mexican Takeout, I just love watching Mexican Takeout skate. She's so tiny and just gets out and grabs lead jammer. And look at that, 4 points, swinging around. Like, how does no one, like, nobody touches her. Like, she just goes through, like, so quickly. Alaska Thunder Trucks is jamming for the Bonnie Dooms. Did you see that spin, Sirius? Holy shkamoli. I'm going to forget to announce because I'm watching Mexican Takeout just skate here. Alaska Thunder Trucks trying to find some space. Getting stopped by Steel Elbow. I said nobody seems to stop Mexican Takeout. Good job there, Steel Elbow. Getting that stop of Mexican Takeout, slowing her down, but she is through for another 4 points as Alaska Thunder Trucks is trying to get around these tough. Oh, nice. A pass to Steel Elbow from Bonnie Dooms, who will now take that jammer hat for South Bend, and Mexican Takeout through is going through for another 4, is not gonna call the jam, gets stuck. Great job there by the Bonnie Dooms, holding Mexican Takeout. There's gotta be a joke there about holding Mexican Takeout. Like, the longer you hold the Mexican Takeout, the better it is. I don't know. Sirius is just shaking his head at me like, no, don't do this. Dead end. Don't go here with these jokes. But anyway, Sirius and I found a new show on Netflix. I know it's not a new show, but we found a show on Netflix that we really like called Resident Alien. And it's very funny. And it's about this guy who comes to this very small town in Colorado, and he can make himself look like a human, but there's one kid in the town who can tell he's an alien, and it's really funny. And we like it, and it makes us smile. It's very silly, like the old show Eureka. It feels a lot like that show, for those who saw that. Headhunter grabbing lead jammer for Derby Friends. And Carl, it has nothing to do with Derby. That's just the show we're watching right now. Absolutely nothing to do with roller derby. Headhunter is in the pack on a scoring pass right now. Has tried to find space on both the inside and outside, was not able to do so, but the Audacity was able to get through on her initial in the meantime. There's not anything, I think, on Netflix right now, but I think there was a roller derby related show on Amazon Prime, Minnesota Mean, that just came out recently. It's a documentary. You would have to pay for it. Because I think it's an independent movie, but I've heard from many people that it's a really good show, that it was really well done. It's a very good documentary about the Minnesota All-Stars. I think Minnesota All-Stars. All right, the Headhunter calls the jam after scoring 12 points for Derby Friends. With 3 minutes left in this first half, Bonnie Dooms scored 4 points in that last jam, bringing them to 74. So after these 3 minutes elapse, we will take a quick 15-minute break, and then we'll be back for the second half of this game. And then after another break, we will be back for our open gender game between the South Bend Dyngus Daze and the B team of Race City Rebels. Hoity-toity grabbing lead jammer for the Bonnie Dooms, and South Bend being chased down by Basher. These jammers are going to race their way to the pack. Hoity, that was beautiful, but no points scored, unfortunately. Hoity kind of came into the pack, swung her hips around, went backwards, but I think also went out of bounds before passing any skaters. So no points scored by either person. Where is Minnesota? Oh, it's north. and west. That's about as much as I know from here, from Indiana. North and west. That's all I know, Carl. All right. And that whistle means this jam has begun with only 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in this first half. Alaska Thunder Trucks jamming for Bonnie Dooms is lead jammer up on her toe stops to get out. Stormbreaker is not going to be far behind, though. These two jammers are going to race each other as the pack decides to speed up. Alaska Thunder Trucks looking behind her, I think debating whether or not she's going to, yep, she's going to get into the pack and she's going to call it, hoping that she managed to steal a point, and it looks like she grabbed 2, and the Derby friends were left scoreless. One minute, 39 seconds left in this first half. And that's a timeout, which means time for more back to school jokes. I know it's your favorite part of this whole thing. Right, Sirius? Why did the teacher write the class rules on the windows? She wanted it to be very clear to the students. Who is everyone's best friend on the first day of school? The principal. I don't think a lot of students would agree with that. Why did the Cyclops have the Cyclops teacher have such an easy first day of school? He only had 1 pupil. Serious, he's not even paying attention to me right now. What do you do if a teacher rolls their eyes at you? Pick them up and roll them back. That one made you laugh. I think if anybody rolled their eyes at me, I would pick them up. I don't know if I would pick them up. I would probably scream and run away. I would be very disturbed. And we'll finish up this. Oh, wait, is this an official review or a timeout? This looks like an official review. This might be a little bit longer. Why were the early days of history called the Dark Ages? Because there were so many nights. What do the librarians take with them when they go fishing? A bookworm. I don't know if it catches as many fish as a regular worm. So that is an official review, and South Bend is looking for... He told me what they were looking for. He didn't tell me the outcome. Thank you. Okay, so South Bend was asking for a penalty on the white jammer for illegal contact after the 4th whistle by the black blocker. Upon review, the officials decided that the black blocker was the initiator of the contact, so it was actually illegal, but it was the black blocker, and they fouled out, so nobody retains an official review. I don't know. Sometimes I get, yep, that's what happened. But it did sound like somebody fouled out there, so I'm going to find out more during halftime. I'm guessing this might be the last jam or 2. So the Audacity jamming for Bonnie Dooms. And that looks like Stormbreaker, I think, for Derby Friends. No, that's not Stormbreaker. That's, I can't tell. But they are lead. Derby Friends, Smashing Chai. Is it Smashing Chai or Smashing Chi? Chi? Smashing Chi. Chai would be C-H-A-I. So Smashing Chi, lead, and coming through the inside for 4 points for Derby Friends. The Audacity is almost out and is out and chasing down Smashing Chi. Smashing Chi approaching the pack. Is through for 4 points. The Audacity also in the pack, but is not going to be able to score as many points because the jam is being called. Derby Friends, 8. Bonnie Dooms, 0 on that one. Hoity-toity is on the line now for South Bend. Okay, so 19 seconds. Oh, I didn't see. Did this one end before the 30 seconds, Sirius? Oh, wait, I can tell. No, we're good. We get one more jam. This will be the last jam of the half. Hoity is jamming for the Bonnie Dooms, and is that Mexican Headhunter for Derby Friends. Headhunter trying to find space on the outside, does so. Hoity getting called on a... No, she did not get called on a track cut. She just realized she needed to step back further. Has taken the star off, looking for the pivot, who did take the star but was also actively blocking Headhunter. Oh wait, did not take the star. In all that confusion, Hoity put the star back on and is out of the pack as jammer. Headhunter is now behind Hoity. Headhunter looking like she's not going to call it. Oh, beautiful. Up on one foot, tries to get through. That was so close to getting through. Headhunter did not make it through there, but is now through. And Hoity also made it through. So both jammers approaching the pack. Both jammers on scoring passes. Hoity does a beautiful little spin around to get 4 points for the Bonnie Dooms. And Headhunter decides to call the jam. Derby Friends outscoring Bonnie Dooms 9-8 in that jam, bringing their total score to 180. Bonnie Dooms 84. We are going to take a short 15-minute intermission, and we will be right back with the end of this game. But don't forget, in just about an hour and 15 minutes, we have a third game, an open gender game between Race City Rebels B Team and South Bend's Dyngus Daze. We'll be back in a bit. Welcome back to Derby Date Night, Back to School Edition. You are joining us for the second half of our second game on this triple header day of roller derby. This is the Bonnie Dooms South Bend B team versus Derby Friends, a mashup team from Kalamazoo, Traverse City, and Naptown Roller Derby. We are excited to have you all here today. We saw our first game between the Bonnie Dooms and, not Bonnie Dooms, between South Bend Studebreakers and Traverse City come with a victory from South Bend, and we have our third game coming up after this one between the South Bend Dyngus Daze Open Gender Team and Race City Rebels B Team. And as we start this second half, the Audacity starts it off and has the audacity to get lead jammer in the first jam of the second half. Mexican Takeout is not gonna take that. I'm just on a roll here. And is out shortly after the Audacity. Beautiful backwards apex jump with a little bit of a balance lost at the end to grab 4 points. That was freaking gorgeous. The Audacity hopping through, just has to get past Killa from Derby Friends and does so to get out. Mexican Takeout has scored 4 more points and is looking to try and figure out what to. Mexican Takeout has outscored the Audacity by 4 points, both of them entering the pack right now. The Audacity trying to push her way through, taking a hit to the inside, and decides to call the jam. Derby Friends scoring 8. Oh, look at this. Okay. Oh, dang it. For just a second, it was 188 to 88. And that was almost a palindrome. It was just a lot of 8s. But now it's 91192, which is also close to something. Serious? It's like, no, you're stretching. Stop it. Well, regardless, it's a lot of points for both teams. This has just been fun to watch. Hoity-toity jamming for the Bonnie Dooms, but Derby Friends coming out with that lead jammer status, and Basher is lead jammer. Hoity is able to get out about a quarter track behind Basher and is going to be chasing her down as both teams. Hoity getting 1 point there before getting pushed to the inside, and Basher grabbing 3 points for Derby Friends, bringing them to 195. Now, if the score was 92 to 192, that's still not a palindrome, is it? It's like, hold on, I have to write it down. 19292. No, it's just similar number. You'd have to. Well, yeah, it doesn't work. I'm literally writing it down to try and make it pretty. Okay, fine. And like 200 to 20, well, that one won't happen, but. Okay, lead jammer going to Headhunter from Derby Friends. Rodney, I'm sure you'll be happy to see Headhunter with a lead jammer status. Oh, no, that's Smackajawea, not Headhunter. Okay, well, congratulations to Smackajawea for having lead jammer status. Followed by Alaska Thunder Trucks, who is about half a track behind, but Smackajawea has already scored 4 points, coming in on another scoring pass now, calling the jam. Little bit of a tumble, including a ref. Everybody checking to make sure everybody's okay. Everybody's good. No points scored. What else am I supposed to say? I only have like 20 seconds. I don't know what. You want me to just keep talking? I need it. I've had a co-host so often lately that I haven't gotten used to talking through the 30-second breaks. It's a lot to talk through a whole game here. I'll just poke at you. The Audacity jamming for Bonnie Dooms and Headhunter for Derby Friends. Now Headhunter has got that lead jammer status, Rodney. Headhunter is lead, and the Audacity is getting pushed to the inside. The Audacity doing a great job getting up on those toe stops. Just has to work on staying in bounds. Those hits to the inside and the outside can be real tough for jammers. The Audacity looks like she's considering taking off that hat and passes it to the pivot. Bad Bunny, who will now be jamming for Bonnie Dooms as Headhunter comes in on another scoring pass and is through for 4 points. Bad Bunny getting pushed to the back of the pack. Headhunter coming around again on a third scoring pass, weaving through the pack. Bad Bunny getting pushed. Everybody focused on defense here with Bad Bunny. Headhunter is gotten through for 12 points total. Coming into the pack again on a fourth scoring pass, is able to get through, bringing that total to 16 and calls the jam. On this back-to-school edition of Derby Date Night, our kids have stayed home and have not really messaged us much. I think they genuinely are tired. I think our sophomore has decided to, quote-unquote, double up on math classes, something that neither Sirius or I would have done when we were younger. And our younger one, what? Clearly. And our younger one is just getting used to being a freshman, and so I think it's a lot transitioning to high school. Hoity-toity grabbing lead jammer for Bonnie Dooms. Killa is about half a track behind. Hoity approaching the pack. Is trying to find some space. Killa with a little tiny apex jump. I don't know if that was a completed apex jump. It was. Killa got through for 4 points. And I think Hoity grabbed 2 on that one. Very nice. If you have not, if you are new to Derby Date Night and you have not subscribed, please subscribe to our page so you can see where we're going to be coming next. We will be having 2 games at the end of September that we will be, well, 2 days of filming. We will be doing multiple games, but we will be around at the end of September. So subscribe to find out where we are going to be headed next. Alaska Thunder Trucks jamming for the Bonnie Dooms. And she is lead jammer, followed by Smashing Chi. Alaska trying to get through, trying to get the Bonnie Dooms to that 100 mark. Takes a hit to the inside from Headhunter and decides to call the jam off after grabbing 1 point for the Bonnie Dooms. 22 minutes left in this second half, and then we will take a short break before we go to our third game of the day. And then Sirius and I load up as fast as we can, and we book it home so that I can sleep until my alarm goes off at 3:30 in the morning because I'm headed to New York tomorrow on a work trip. We don't overfill our schedules, do we, Sirius? Not at all. And it's not the fun part of New York either, people. The Audacity is lead jammer for Bonnie Dooms, but followed so closely behind by Smackajawea. Both jammers entering the pack at the same time. The Audacity decides to call the jam before anybody can grab any points. So that is a 0-0 game. And the Audacity and Smackajawea both checking in on each other as they both hit the pack. There was a little bit of a tumble up there, so they both checked in on each other. I always love different people from opposing teams making sure that the other person is okay. It's even funnier, though, when the person from the opposing team is someone you're dating. If the people I'm talking about are watching, you know who you are. Because when you have a big hit from the opposing team and that happens to be your girlfriend, hope things are okay at home later that night. It's always important in Derby, no matter how, we get very intense sometimes and we get really focused on what we're doing, and it's something that you have to remember it's just a game at the end of it. And I think a lot of people do. And when sometimes somebody, when you've got all the adrenaline going, sometimes you forget, but usually one of your teammates can kind of help you breathe. So, but while we are in this timeout, let's talk about back to school jokes. All right, what happened when the teacher tied all the kids' shoelaces together? That was a really big trip. Oh, here's another one from Melody Mayhem. How did the music teacher get locked out of her classroom? Well, her keys were on the piano, of course. What did the paper say to the pencil? Right on, dude. Where do pencils go on vacation? Pennsylvania. That's where pencils go on vacation. I'm just telling you because Sirius is ignoring my jokes. So Troublemaker is here. So I'm going to tell him a couple jokes while we wait for these officials. Okay. Now I have an audience that's better than Sirius. I'm turning the other direction. What does a book do in winter?
I don't know. What does a book do in winter?
It puts on a jacket.
That makes sense.
That makes sense.
That makes sense.
What's the king of school supplies?
The ruler.
Yes, the ruler. You are absolutely correct on that
Of
one.
course.
What did the pencil sharpener say to the pencil? Stop going in circles and get to the point.
I was going to say something just like stick it in.
Yeah.
You know?
No.
This is the reason why I'm the house.
This is the reason why you're the house announcer and not the stream announcer.
I don't have to be totally completely the house announcer. I can just say whatever comes to my mind.
That's true. You can say whatever comes to your mind. And right now you're not on the mic, so, you know. Oh, here we go.
Hello, friend.
We're going to find out about what that was.
By the illegal activity that happened at the end of that jam. There was a low block from the black jammer that caused the white jammer to run into the black blocker and pull them down. So we'll be issuing a low block to the black jammer, South Bend's jammer at the end of that jam, and not issuing the late hit to the white jammer because
It was initiated.
caused by the low block.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, so the black jammer fell at the end of that, causing a low block to the white jammer, who then hit a black blocker, but the penalty goes to the initial black jammer who fell and initiated the low block. Everybody good? Does that make sense to everybody? Are we all on the same page? All right. Welcome to our guest Troublemaker, the house announcer, who was also my co-announcer a few weeks ago when we were at Team Indiana and what? Team Indiana, Team Wisconsin, and Race City Rebels as well. M says, I live in Pennsylvania. Never seem to be in excess of pencils. You don't have pencils visiting all the time? All right, we're back to the action as Stormbreaker is the lead jammer for Derby Friends. The Audacity is in the penalty box. As we said, that's what happened with the official review. The Audacity is standing. And I realize just this moment I have no idea where the penalty count is because I forgot to go to the penalty box again during halftime. I am really slacking today, getting back into the groove here. Both jammers now approaching the pack. Stormbreaker is on a second scoring pass right now. The Audacity is on her first scoring pass. The Audacity getting pushed to the inside. Stormbreaker finding some space in the middle to get through for another 4 points for Derby Friends. The Audacity still trying to find some space in the pack. I think the Audacity just got a track cut. Yeah, I saw that one happen. And Mexican Takeout had pushed the Audacity just barely out of bounds and went behind the Audacity. And the Audacity, I don't think, noticed and stepped right back in there. So is unfortunately going to be a 30 more seconds for the Audacity. And Stormbreaker and Derby Friends have a power jam. And Stormbreaker calls the jam to freeze the Audacity as jammer in the penalty box. I'm wondering if the Audacity is getting close to 7 at all, as I notice her talking with Coach Bon Appetit over there. But I don't see anybody going anywhere at this point, except for the refs who just almost fell down. But I don't think those were caught on camera, so. I told you it's a slippery floor here. The convention center, you can just probably see it on the camera. It's shiny. It looks slippery, and it is slippery. There's a lot of falling happening, which is not a surprise looking at this floor. Ophelia is your lead jammer for Derby Friends. The Audacity standing in the penalty box is now out of the penalty box. The Audacity still on her initial. Ophelia is on her first scoring pass. Ophelia takes a hit to the inside. but is recovering. The Audacity is out of the pack and coming around on a first scoring pass. Ophelia is through for 4 more points and calls it. I thought that was her second pass, but maybe it was only her first. So 4 points to Bonnie Doom's 2 points. Bonnie Dooms are only 3 points away from 100 now. And penalty box is finally empty, I think. As long as nobody decides to go to it right now, I think it is finally empty. So we are going to have full packs out there to start this next jam with, it looks like, Hoity Toity as the South Bend jammer. And trying to see who that is as the Derby Friends jammer. Basher. Basher is out as lead jammer for Derby Friends. Hoity just has to get past Mexican Takeout. Ooh, Hoity was pushed to the inside but was able to stay in bounds and get through, and will now be on a scoring pass if Basher does not call the jam. Basher coming around on a second scoring pass. Hoity currently on her first scoring pass, taking a hit. Hoity taking a second to recover from that. Hoity engaging with 2 blockers at the back of the pack. Basher at the front of the pack gets through and calls the jam. With 17 minutes left in this game, Bonnie Dooms have now gone over 100, so they will be happy to be over that century mark. This is such a high-scoring game compared to the last game, which was such a low-scoring game. And now there is an official timeout happening, and it looks like that is an official review. So that is being called by Derby Friends. Any of you have any speculation? Did you see anything happening in that last jam that you think should be being called there by Derby Friends? Who were the jammers? Hoity was the jammer for Bonnie Dooms, and Basher was the lead jammer there. I don't know. We'll find out in a few minutes what that was. But in the meantime, I've got more back-to-school jokes for you before we get back to the Derby. Why isn't there a clock in the library? It had the same problem that I do. It talks too much. Come on, that's a good one. That's a good one. Oh, Sirius actually laughed. Woohoo! That's like my goal in life, is to get you to actually, and it wasn't like a real laugh. It was a genuine laugh, but it wasn't a big one. Why did the Echo get detention on the first day? It kept answering back. Come on, that was good. Where does a surfer go to school? Not the beach. That's what Ken does. Ken works beach. Beach Ken. Boarding school. Surfboards go to boarding school. Why did the kid cross the playground? To get to the other slide. Oh no. Oh no, Sirius says. Okay, children in what grade have the greenest thumbs? Kindergarten. Oh no, I got an oh my on that one. Oh my. Why did the M&M go to school? I'm so distracted by Mexican Takeout, and is that Pixie dancing? Yeah, that's Pixie. Yeah, it is. No, it's not? Are you sure? Oh, you're right. It's not. I'm sorry. Why did the M&M go to school? Because it really wanted to be a smarty.
Track cut on South Bend's jammer here on the inside straightaway against 033. They claim 033 never went down or out of bounds. It was one hand out of bounds. They're correct. 033 never went down or out of bounds, but it did go out of play. So the track cut around it was a no pass.
Oh.
So no track cut will be issued.
Thank you. All right, so Derby Friends was calling for a track cut on the jammer and the inside line when a Bonnie Dooms or a Derby Friends skater went to hit them out of bounds. The Bonnie Doom skater went out of bounds, and the Derby. Oh, Sirius is telling me to change. 003. Put her hand down, and it was not a track cut. Who put her hand down? On Bonnie Dooms? On... I'm not explaining this well to people. Help, skater, help. Okay, regardless. Derby Friends wanted a track cut called on the Bonnie Dooms jammer because they thought she went out of bounds, and she did go out of bounds, but the skater who hit her, they said, had not gone out of bounds because she stayed in bounds by keeping one hand down, which is true, but when the skater went down, they also went out of play, so it was a no pass, no penalty. Yes, serious. Yeah, that's what I was saying. You interrupted me and got me all confused, but I was saying the right thing. This is not helpful to anybody listening. I'm so sorry. But there's Derby happening, and Killa is the lead jammer, and Cosmic Sparkle has taken a star pass for the Bonnie Dooms. Killa is through. That was like an eagle move, the way that she like tilted to the side and like looked like an eagle. Killa is coming in on a scoring pass. And calls the jam. The odd 255 to 101. Uh-oh, I think there's another official review happening. As I see Coach Bona going out to the middle. I don't know if it's an official, yep, it's another official review. So now the Bonnie Dooms are using their official review. I'm gonna have to get Troublemaker over here for more jokes. What? One more game after this, people. Carl says, how annoyed would you be if the official review was just NSOs and refs giving movie reviews to each other? Carl, there have been some very long official reviews that we have seen in the past. But also, having been a NSO and a captain and a coach, I do know that they take official reviews very seriously, and I do not think they are just giving each other movie reviews. They are actually discussing what happened. Hi, Troublemaker.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. Did you hear about the guy that went to the library and asked them if there was any books on paranoia?
The guy who went to the library and asked if there were any books on paranoia. Yeah.
The librarian goes, they're right behind you.
Oh, that's so mean.
I know it is.
The librarian goes, they're right behind you. He's probably even more paranoid. What? Okay, I'm ignoring Sirius right now. He keeps tapping me and asking me questions, and I tried to explain that last thing, and Sirius corrected me in the middle of it, and I got incredibly confused. And I don't know if I explained it very well to the crowd, and I blame Sirius.
I mean, as you have every right to.
Yeah, okay. And like I've always said, because I have the microphone, you know, I get the last word.
I mean, we said it
I get the
down
only
in
word.
Indianapolis that we are the talent.
We are the talent. So we get to make the decisions. You just do all the work, Sirius. Oh, here comes some information.
This stoppage brought to you by South Bend. They were looking to get a stop block on blocker 1039, Derby Friends, here at the apex of the straightaway against the jammer. Jam ref was unsure about momentum of skates. Front OPR was unsure of the conversation. And then between the two of them confirmed it was a stop block on blocker 10. South Bend will retain the review. We'll get us the stop block call.
Thank you. All right, so South Bend called that official review. They wanted a stop block on blocker 1039 from Derby Friends, and the jam ref was not certain that they saw the momentum of the skates, which is important in a stop block, but upon review with the OPR, they decided that they did see the momentum of skates and that it was indeed a stop block. So 1039 will indeed get a penalty, and South Bend will retain their official review. The difference between an official review and an official timeout, Carl, an official timeout is called by the officials. So if an official sees something and wants to talk to the officials about it, or if somebody thinks something went wrong and the officials want to have a timeout, any official can call a timeout at any point, and that is made by the officials. An official review is when a team is wanting to challenge a call or have the refs make a call that wasn't made. Each team gets one official review per half, and if you win your official review, you retain it. So that means you can make as many as you want as long as you keep winning them. But if you make one and you don't retain it, then you lose your official review for that half of Derby. Hoity Toity and Smashing Chi are jamming for their respective teams. Smashing Chi is lead jammer. Hoity Toity is now out of the pack. Smashing Chi is almost out, takes a big hit at the end of that, and goes all the way to the outside of the pack as Hoity Toity is coming around on a scoring pass. Smashing Chi, who after getting pulled back, is through the pack after getting slowed down quite a bit there by some great defense. That was Steel Elbow doing a great job on the defensive side there to do that. Hoity Toity is also through. I'm confused as to why Smashing Chi, it shows that Smashing Chi has 0 points, but I think Smashing Chi, was that their first scoring pass? They never made it past their initial scoring pass? So Bonnie Dooms end up with 5 points in that jam and Derby Friends with 1. Abby said I explained that very well. Thank you, Abby. Sometimes I feel like maybe I've redeemed myself from trying to explain that one penalty. That did not go well, but I think I just did okay with the second one. So that second official review gave me a chance to redeem myself because I did not do well with the first one. So thank you, Abby. I appreciate it. We have 13 minutes left in this game, but don't worry, we have more Derby coming up after this with an open gender game between the South Bend Dyngus Daze and Race City Rebels B team. The Audacity is lead jammer for the Bonnie Dooms and she has already come around and is on a scoring pass and has grabbed 4 points. It looks like, I'm not sure who the jammer is for Derby Friends, but she's in the box and is standing, so will be coming out. But the Audacity is already in the pack on a second scoring pass. Smackajawea is the jammer who was in the box for Derby Friends, is now out of the box. South Bend was shouting, saying, "Jammer's coming, Jammer's coming," and Smackajawea looked at the people who were shouting and said, "Shh, don't tell them, I'm trying to sneak up." And now she just came around again and she blew a kiss to the South Bend skaters after she did actually sneak through for her initial pass and now has forced that call off from the Bonnie Dooms. Carl, you're quizzing me with so many things. I also didn't answer your question about how many teams there are in Indiana because I do not know that off the top of my head. I would have to count. Yeah, we'll make a chart. We'll figure it out at some point. How many? We should make a map of where all the teams are in Indiana. That would be fun. What is a stop block? I'm not going to explain that as well as referees are. Abby? I'm feeling so good. I don't want to try to explain it, and then I'm wrong. And it's been a while since I've played Derby, and I'm worried that the rules have changed in terms of what a stop block is. I know it depends on the momentum of your skates because your skates need to be going in Derby direction, and yeah, you can't be fully stopped when you're blocking someone. So there has to be some momentum forward. You can't just, put your toe stops on the ground and just hold yourself there. Mexican Takeout just sailing through after getting 4 points, just is grabbing points. But Cosmic Sparkle has taken a star pass from the Bonnie Dooms. And is currently in the pack on, I think, a scoring pass. Yeah, Cosmic Sparkle with my favorite, which is pivot points when somebody takes a pass. was able to get 1 point. Derby Friends were able to get 11 on that one. Abby says she's on it. Thank you, Abby. Appreciated.
Again, all that money does go to them, so get generously, and like I said, it goes to same kind of student stuff.
All right, 10 minutes left in this game. Before I get to eat some of the cheese that I brought. Headhunter is out as lead jammer for Derby Friends. Hoity Toity jamming for Bonnie Dooms has the star off, but I don't know if she's going to be looking for that pivot or not. Doesn't look like she is. She was able to juke left, juke right, and get out of that pack and chase down Headhunter, who has scored 4 points and is going to decide whether or not she's going to keep this jam going. It looks like she is, as both jammers are engaged in the pack on scoring passes. Steel elbow headed to the penalty box, so Bonnie Dooms will be down a blocker. Hoity is through the pack, and so is Headhunter, both of them scoring 4 points. Abby, you're great. Skaters have to be skating or stepping in a lateral direction or derby direction. If you block while stopped, either on toe stops or not stepping, and your contact has impact, it's a penalty. Perfectly explained, Abby. Thank you. That is so much better than I could ever do. Good job. Now, Carl, the next question we're going to have to ask you. Oh, I have a good question for you, Carl. What kind of cat do you have? Carl tells us about his cat. I want to know what kind of cat it is. We have an orange cat, which I think those of you who have orange cats know. He is not the smartest, but he's very sweet. Currently, he lives in a bag that he found, and he won't let any of us get rid of it. So he loves it. It's one of those Amazon bags. It's cotton. It's not like a plastic bag, but he loves it. All right. Smashing Chi is lead jammer right now, jamming against the Audacity from South Bend, who's getting hit out to the outside by Mexican Takeout. Mexican Takeout sneaking up to the front and hitting the Audacity to the inside. Mexican Takeout is so hard. I mean, watching her skate as a jammer and a blocker is just, she's everywhere. The Audacity was able to get out as Smashing Chi comes around. M says orangies are derpy but loving. Yes, he is the most loving cat I have. He will actually, when I pull him up close to me, he'll give me a hug. Only orange cats do things like that. Ems is all white and a sweet old lady, 16 plus years old. Oh, that's good to hear. My Orangie is 13 years old, we think. And the most expensive cat in the world because he had jaw surgery a few years ago. So now his tongue hangs out really funny. But he's doing great at 13 years old. So we hope he's got a few more years left in him. What he does is he sits in the bag and he waits for the dog to walk by, and then he jumps out and attacks the dog. The dog is very afraid of the cat. The Audacity is in the back of the pack still, but has scored 4 points. Smashing Chi has gotten through for 8 and is coming around on potentially a third scoring pass. Both jammers engaged in the pack right now. The Audacity up on toe stops, trying to find some space, getting pushed to the inside. And that jam gets called, or I think that jam went all the way down to the end there. 7 points for Bonnie Dooms in that jam and 13 for Derby Friends. This is a super high scoring game. We've got 6.5 minutes left. Derby Friends getting close to the 300 mark here. Carl says it's a brownish gray speckled cat. I love how cats don't have like a type. It's like we call cats by their color. We call dogs by their breed. His name is Hercules, but he is very tired. Oh, Hercules? Oh, but he's very timid. We have a very timid cat, which is ironic because his name is Hercules. Oh. Alaska Thunder Trucks jamming for the Bonnie Dooms and Smackajawea for Derby Friends. Smackajawea getting through on that inside line to grab lead jammer status. Alaska Thunder Trucks pushing as hard as she can. Trying to get through, takes a hit to the inside from Headhunter, but is able to stay in bounds as Smackajawea comes around on a first scoring pass, finding some space on the outside to get through. Alaska Thunder Trucks also able to get out on her initial, so Alaska Thunder Trucks will be eligible to score points as she comes around. Looks like Smackajawea is going to run this jam. Nope, she is not. She hit the pack and hit her hips, ending that jam. Our cat's name is Neville. We named him that because we got him shortly after the last Harry Potter came out, I think, the very last one. And we really liked Neville because we felt he protected all the redheads, and our family is a family of redheads, so we named him Neville, and we adore him. He's great. He's got a big personality. Cats are just, I don't know, there's some, like, I love both cats and dogs. I have one of each. What are you guys, a cat person or a dog person? Because I used to be a cat person, but I think I'm kind of becoming it's really weird because the dog has decided he belongs to me, and the cat has decided that he belongs to my husband. So I think it's making me more of a dog person. Troublemaker, do you have a cat or a dog?
I have a cat.
You have a cat. So are you a cat person?
I'm very much a cat person. Because, like, cats go, okay, I've had enough of you, and they walk away.
Yes, the cats do go, I've had enough of you, and they walk away.
Just want to be on you.
A lot of the times, although I have a Boston Terrier pug, and he can get real stubborn. And, like, if he doesn't want to do something, like last night we were trying to get him, or was it this morning? We were trying to get him to go outside, and he was determined to go in one of the kids' rooms, and he was doing his own things. Em is also a cat person, and has made a note to me never make ginger jokes, because I was mentioning that we're all redheads in our family. You can make ginger jokes. It's okay. Wait, I do have a soul. Oh, Sirius is pointing out that Derby is happening. It's happening. It looked like an official review, but Hoity Toity is lead jammer right now for South Bend. And Stingray, who's Stingray? Okay, bye Troublemaker, see you in a few. Stingray is jamming for Derby friends, but it looks like we're going to have a short injury timeout. So we will be back in just a minute while we pause for an injury timeout. Okay, that was a quick one. Somebody took, I think, maybe a little bit of a knock to the noggin, and so we like to take a minute to make sure everybody's okay. So they are going to go sit over with the medics for a little while, and after you get hit on the noggin, you do have to sit for 3 jams in Derby because we want to make sure that you're okay. A big shout out, big extra special shout out to our medics, Raven, Jerry, and Ann, who are here and right trackside so that we can get them help as quickly as we can. Carl likes cats and dogs. Abby is a dog person. And M says, darn it, Sirius, you think we came here for Derby? We came here to talk about cats, Sirius. Animals are just fun. I just enjoy animals. I love both cats and dogs. It's just fun to have a companion that doesn't talk back as much as teenagers. Ooh, pretty from the Audacity. That was a gorgeous little apex, almost apex jump. Apex jump. We're calling it an apex jump. That was beautiful from the Audacity to grab. Wait, she didn't grab lead jammer though. I think was there a no pass, no penalty in that? I wish Melody was here. A track cut getting called on the Audacity. So this will now be a power jam for Mexican Takeout, who has taken a star pass. That also means there will be no lead jammer. So my whole lead jammer confusion doesn't matter at all anymore because there will be no lead jammer. Mexican Takeout is through for 4 points for Derby friends as the Audacity waits in the penalty box. It's really hard when your loved pets are no longer with us. I worry because both of my animals are over 10 years old, and I really like old pets, I've learned recently. But there's also a negative to your pet getting old. Not the smell, Sirius. I know he's... They do have a lot of gas, but I was talking about them not being here anymore. Mexican Takeout has gotten 12 points so far. The Audacity is back in the pack now. I think, yeah, the Audacity was through her initial already, so should be on a scoring pass now. Mexican Takeout doing just a tumbling class out there, while still on a scoring pass, is through for another 4 points, bringing that total to 16. Carl, I hope you didn't jinx it. How long do cockatiels normally last? 23 years? Wow. Oh, sorry to hear that. That's got to be tough. I also, Carl, have a cat that behaves more like a dog. They're the funniest types of cats. He will come when I call him, where my dog will just stare at me. My cat's like, okay, sure, I'll come. Like, our cat does tricks. And another official timeout. Now, Carl, it's an official timeout and not an official review, it doesn't look like. Oh, there are children sitting trackside. So we cannot have children. I see the children sitting trackside. Yep. Children sitting too close to the track. We have got to. So people are allowed to sit next to the track because they could get a skater in their laps. Children cannot get a skater in their laps because that would be bad. So we need to have the children move and not sit. They're not moving. I can see the children and they are not moving. But we're not starting again until they start moving. So this will be interesting. Oh, great. Abby's going to be doing some help. Audacity did have the lead and then lost it. The jam ref only puts up the lead arm until they get back in the engagement zone for the next trip. At which point, that's right. I always forget. They have to wait until they're out of the engagement zone. Okay. Which point they put it down to start counting points. Now, do they have to get out of the engagement zone in order for them to call that? They have to be out in order. No, they don't have to be out in order to be lead. But they only put, okay. No kiddos in the crash zone. You are right. 2 minutes left. Thank goodness we have another game. Whew. Stormbreaker, lead jammer for Derby Friends with a smile on her face. Jamming against Alaska Thunder Trucks, who is just trying to stay in bounds and does not. That one toe stop went out of bounds, and Alaska is headed to the penalty box. Stormbreaker through for 4 points. Smiles to the cameras as she's going by. Gets a cheer from her Naptown teammate, Ricky Bobby, who's going to be playing in the next game. Stormbreaker coming around again as Alaska Thunder Trucks waits in the penalty box. All right, Alaska is standing, and Smash decides to call the jam to freeze Alaska in the penalty box, because if you have not been released from the penalty box by the time the jam ends, guess what? You're the jammer for the next jam too. I remember when I was a pivot and I would take a star pass, and if I went to the penalty box and they froze me in the penalty box, I'd be so mad. I was like, no, I have to be the jammer. And then I would immediately look at whoever was the pivot in the next jam, and I was like, I'm gonna be giving this to you. Because I never liked starting as a jammer. I like to take the star. See, sad trombone noises, Abby said. Sweetie shoo, it's a risk. It is, they need to go. They still haven't totally left, by the way. Like, they've scooted back, but they have not left. They're so close to the line. Alaska is lead jammer, and people are just screaming for her. Lots of cheering from the South Bend home team here with 4 seconds left in this game. Headhunter is out, and trying to get through. Alaska has gotten pushed to the back, and the team is asking Alaska to call it, but I think Alaska is very focused right now and is just playing the game of Derby as Headhunter's coming around, does a spin, gets pushed to the inside, and is being forced to the back, and Alaska does decide to call it, giving us an unofficial score of 137 South Bend, no, 141 South Bend to 332 Derby friends. That was a high-scoring game on both sides. What fun to watch. Everybody got to score some points. It was a fun one. Well, we're going to take a very short break. Our next game is supposed to start in 20 minutes. It might start a little bit late, so I'm guessing in about 30 minutes we will be back with our last game of the day. Race City Rebels B team versus the Bonnie Dooms Dyngus Daze. See you in a few. And welcome back to Derby Date Night, or Derby Date Afternoon, here at the I keep forgetting what this place is called. Century Center in South Bend, Indiana, where we have been enjoying a triple header day filled with 3 roller derby games. You are now joining us for our third and final game of the day between the Race City Rebels B team and the South Bend Open Gender Dyngus Daze team. So let me introduce you to some of the skaters that you will be watching today. Let's start with the Race City Rebels. We have got number 11, that guy. Number 123, Diamond. Number 18, Flipper. Number 187, El Diablo. Number 8, Ricky Bobby. Number 205, Ricky Bobby. Number 26, Reed. Number 333, Orange Whip. Number 72, Lynn. Number 81, Steph. And number 922, Jawbreaker Jose. And then we have got your home team of South Bend Dyngus Daze. Please say a hello and welcome to number 10, Smash Bandicoot in her retirement game today. Number 1134, Undertaker. Number 123, This Just In. Number 126, Tear 'em Up. Number 3, Poppy Goblin. Number 33, Spins McGee. Number 40, Boomba. Number 429, Nimrod. Number 43, Hoity Toity. Number 44, Rampage. Number 5, Rainbow Thrash. Number 72, Hella Wreck'em. Number 789, Bon Appetit. Number 807, Unraveled Chaos. And number 84, Gothard. The Dyngus Daze are coached by Captain Beefstock, Rusty Cage, and Shreddy Bear. The Race City Rebels are coached by Tiny and Val Raven. Oh, this is going to be a fun game. So many people that we know on both sides here, and this is going to hopefully be a really good, even matchup between these two teams. Lots of familiar faces on both sides, and really looking forward to a fun game. Our first game today was won by South Bend's A team versus Traverse City. Our second game was a many points scored game by both teams. Derby Friends were victorious over South Bend's B team. And this game is really anybody's guess because Dyngus Daze is a brand new team for South Bend this year. So they've only played, I think, 1 game. I know they haven't played Race City yet this year, I don't think. Maybe somebody in the chat will tell me different. But the last time we filmed them was them when they played Fort Wayne. So, and I believe Fort Wayne won that game. Sirius does not remember. We're on our 3rd game. Sirius is like, I don't know any. Like, I think you're already thinking about the drive home because we made it. This is our second longest traveled day we've had. Our longest day so far was South Shore, which was south of Chicago. And this is our second longest, which is 3 hours? 2.5? All right. Well, those of you joining us for the first time, if you don't know us, please like and subscribe on our YouTube channel. You can also find us on Facebook and Instagram. We love YouTube subscribers, though, because then you can find out where we are coming next. We also like to post a lot of fun things on our Facebook and Instagram. If you want to know a little bit more about us, where we're going, where we've been, and what we're doing, we have a busy month in September coming up, and so we will be posting more about that soon to let you know where you can find us in September before we take a little bit of a longer break from October through December. There's just not a lot of derby for us to film at that time, so it's kind of it's a nice break for us, but also we always miss the derby until we come back in 2025. But that whistle means this game has started, and This Just In is jamming for Dyngus Daze. That is not This Just In. That is Jawbreaker Jose for Race City Rebels getting lead jammer. This Just In trying to find some space, taking a hit to the outside, but also getting a penalty. I think a high block, so This Just In is headed to the penalty box, which gives a power jam here for the Race City Rebels and Jawbreaker Jose. Race City Rebels playing some offense to help Jose through, and they are able to do so. tear him up coming out of the penalty box to join the rest of the Rebels and try and slow down Jawbreaker Jose during this power jam for the Race City Rebels. This just in, standing in the penalty box. Going to be coming out shortly in less than 10 seconds. As Race City Rebels have managed to score 8 points so far. This just in was still on his initial pass when he went to the penalty box, so still has to get past all the blockers from the other team before being able to score any points. This just in has taken that star cover, put the star cover back on. But Jawbreaker Jose coming around after scoring 12 points. You get 1 point for every blocker you pass. This just in getting pulled all the way to the back by Smash Bandicoot. This just in was able to get through and now will be eligible to score because after you've passed all the blockers once, you get to score points. If the jam does not get called, but it did by Jawbreaker Jose, but this just in was able to grab a couple points before those whistles stopped blowing, so he was able to grab 2 points at the end of that jam. When a jammer who is lead decides they want the jam to be over, they tap their hips and then the refs blow their whistles 4 times and that signals the end of the jam. So with 1 jam in, we have a score of Race City Rebels 15 to Dyngus Daze 2. You might be wondering what a dingus is. I have no idea, but it's big here in South Bend and has something to do with pierogies. It's a Polish holiday, I think, that is somewhere after Easter, and all I know is pierogies. Ricky Bobby is jamming for the Race City Rebels and has gotten lead jammer. Bon Appetit jamming for Dyngus Daze after having coached the last 2 games is headed to the penalty box. This is becoming a theme in 2 out of 2 jams so far. We've had the Dyngus Daze jammer head to the box, so Ricky Bobby's going to see if they can take advantage of that and see if they are going to be able to score points while the penalty box is getting a little bit full. Bon Appetit is standing, so they will be released shortly from the penalty box. Roller Derby 24/7 wants to see Richie call a penalty on Bona. For those who are unaware, one of our skating officials is married to Bon Appetit, Richie Cranium, and sometimes Richie does call penalties on Bona. I've seen it happen before, so we'll have to see if it happens in this game. He is in IPR, so it's totally possible. Bona is through on their initial, so no points yet until they come around to score points. Ricky Bobby just got through for another 4 points and decides to call the jam before Bona is able to score any points, which brought the Race City Rebels to 23. Coming in with the knowledge. Dyngus Daze is a Polish-American holiday celebrated after Easter Sunday. It marks the end of Lent and involves festivities such as parades, parties, music, dancing, and traditional cuisine. And I guess that traditional cuisine is probably pierogies, because that's all I was told about it. So I'm guessing it's pierogies. I'm sure there is more to their celebration than pierogies, but that is what I was told. So. Official timeout already? It's so early for an official timeout. What are they talking about already? Well, for those who have not been around for the first 2 games, we always appreciate our members and our subscribers, and we would really love to shout out our members right now. And we really appreciate all the donations and all the support that we get, and these are the people who help make our stream go. So we can't do this without them. So a big thank you to our official third wheel practice squad. Ann Ike, Tiny, is one of the coaches right now out there for the Race City Rebels. We've also got our charter team. Goldie Sox has been active in the chat today. Lots of great support from everybody on the charter team. I think, Em, I might have missed you on the practice squad. And we've got our all-stars. So we appreciate everybody so much for all of your help and support, and we couldn't do it without you. We always appreciate any donations anyone is willing to throw our way, whether it be through memberships, through a super chat, which is a way to support us during the game if you just want to shout out a skater, or you can always support us in any way. And look at that, we have a brand new charter team member, Abby. Welcome to the Third Wheel Charter Team. We'll put you up on the screen, and everybody who's already a member can welcome Abby to the team. We're so excited to have you, Abby, you will start out with a regular wheel, but after you have been a member for 1 month, 3 months, or 6 months, your wheel will change colors. So you will notice lots of different colors of wheels happening the longer that you are a member of Derby Date Night. You also get special things like emojis, and we will feature you sometimes up on the screen like we just did for Abby. And what else do we have? Lots of fun things. Super chats. If you want to shout somebody out, we'll oftentimes, shout you out. And yeah, so we also tell jokes. For those of you who haven't been here with Derby Date Night, those of you who have, you are well aware that we tell jokes, bad jokes, good jokes, just all sorts of jokes. But today's jokes are back to school themed.
That timeout brought to you by checking penalty counts and making sure everybody's where they're supposed to be for how long they're supposed to be there.
Thank you. That timeout was brought to you by the officials, checking to make sure that everybody had the penalties they were supposed to have, and that everybody was where they were supposed to be, and everybody sat when they were supposed to, and just making sure that everything is all good to go. So now that it is, we will be back to the action with Diamond taking the star for Race City and getting lead jammer status, and Nimrod has taken the star for Dyngus Daze and is getting through on the inside to chase Diamond down. Diamond is through has got to get past Tara, was able to do so, hit her hips to signify the end of the jam, and was able to call that jam off, but not before scoring 4 points. Abby says, thanks, I love what Derby Date Night is doing. Thank you, Abby. I love what you're doing. You've been so helpful in the chat, so we really appreciate that too. We always appreciate a few people in the chat helping us out with information, and especially when my brain doesn't work, I always like to go to the chat because I'm like, you know what, I know this knowledge, but somebody in the chat can Google it. And I don't have Google when I'm doing this. It's just me talking to Sirius, who sometimes ignores me. So Jawbreaker Jose jamming for Race City, and Boomba for Dyngus Daze. Jawbreaker Jose has just got to get past Smash and Spins McGee, who are doing a great job both holding and lead jammer goes to Jawbreaker Jose. Smash took a star pass and is out as jammer. Smash took a lot of star passes in the first game too. Jawbreaker Jose coming around, trying to get a second scoring pass. Smash is in the pack right now. All the Race City Rebels focused on blocking as Jawbreaker Jose coming around. Beautiful little spin there to get around the pack. Reed pulling Smash out, and Smash did not notice it and took a track cut and is going to be sitting in the penalty box for 30 seconds. So Jawbreaker Jose is going to try and take advantage of this and get through for another 4 points. You're upgrading your membership. Awesome. We appreciate you so much. Thank you, Em. You have been such a valuable member of our team, always in our chat, answering questions, helping people out. And we are so glad to have you on our charter team with your upgraded membership. And being on the charter team means you now will get access to all of our full resolution. Oh, that's all stars? Oh, well, maybe sometimes we'll give charter team some of those. Weren't we going to give one of those for free? I'm just making up rules because I have the microphone, so I can decide what I want. Sirius says that's just all stars, M. But I'll think of something really cool for charter team too. So there we go. I'm just going to make up things. You know I'm taking them all on a cruise. I've already told them this. What have I said? I'm taking everybody on a cruise. Are we going to have everybody over for a barbecue? Was that the other plan? There's all these things I want to do for our members that Sirius has not agreed to. This is all new information to you whenever I decide. I'm like, this is all, no, you don't, the cruise is not new information. I have been talking about the cruise that I think. He says he hears about it when you all do. All the plans. Anyway, I appreciate all of you so much. It's always fun. It feels like forever since I've seen you guys. I don't know how I'm going to handle the fall break when Derby kind of takes a break for the holiday season of November, December. Ricky Bobby has the star on for Race City Rebels and is being pulled to the back of the pack right now. In the meantime, this just in, finding some space and hopping over some Race City Rebels skaters to grab lead jammer status. Ricky Bobby just has to get past Tara and is able to do so, and they will be chasing down this Just In, who's being pulled all the way to the back right now. Reed decides to call the jam. Ricky Bobby hoping that they got some points stolen, and it looks like they got one. M says, it's fine, Sirius. This is fine. It's fine. It's okay. We have been married for almost 20 years now. He is quite used to me just deciding things, whether or not he agrees to them or not. Also, Eric is waiting for cruise information. All right, Bon Appetit jamming for Dyngus Daze, but Race City Rebels Diamond is lead jammer, but Bona is chasing Diamond down. Diamond crashing into her own blocker there, calling the jam off. Bona was not able to sneak any points. Diamond was able to grab 2. So what are you all drinking while you watch this game? I have found, have you ever heard of Liquid Death? It's the water that looks like it's in a beer can. They have other things that are not just water. So I am drinking an Armless Palmer, which is a iced tea and lemonade mix that is amazing. So you guys, if you've heard of Liquid Death, you should get one that is the Armless Palmer if you like Arnold Palmers. Reed is lead jammer for Race City Rebels. And Nimrod jamming for Dyngus Daze is just kind of tangled up in the pack there with everybody. Wait, Em, are you really having an Arnold Palmer when I'm having an Armless Palmer? And I think it's called an Armless Palmer because it's really low calories. One can, and these are giant cans, is only 30 calories. It's clearly the third game of the day. I'm just talking about.
Reading the label off a can.
Eric has a charcuterie board, lots of cut up fruit. Eric, I'm coming over to your house to have some charcuterie.
Ogre was sad.
Yeah, oh, by the way, Eric, Ogre was very upset that there was no charcuterie board today. But also, there's technically no outside food or drinks allowed in the Century Center here in South Bend. So, Em, I love it. We're like the same mind that we both are drinking kind of the same thing. That's so funny. Oh, oh no! Boomba thought she had lead jammer, but is being called on a high block. Look at me knowing my symbols, serious. I knew that one. And is headed to the penalty box, so Ricky Bobby has taken the star off, so this jam will go the full 2 minutes with no lead jammer. But a penalty being called on Ricky Bobby for okay, help me, I always forget this one. It's one palm down and then you kind of chop it with your other hand. What is that called? When one palm is down and is that illegal something? Anyway, that's a Shenana jam. Yes, Eric, copyright Circle City before you say it. I didn't make it up. I got it from you guys. But Boomba is out of the box now. Ricky Bobby will only sit for as long as Boomba sat. Boomba is in the pack. Ricky Bobby is out of the penalty box. So both jammers will now have 45 seconds to score as many points as they can and try to not go to the penalty box. Illegal contact. Thank you, Abby. I'm going to learn that one. Illegal contact. I got the high block. Ooh, I got the high block one. Okay, Ogre just called somebody else on illegal contact. Ricky Bobby again. What kind of illegal contact? There are lots of different things that can constitute illegal contact, correct? You're cutting a slice of cake is the C penalty code. Cutting a slice of cake. The problem is, Abby, I forgot my cheat sheet. Normally I do okay with my cheat sheet, but it's on the kitchen table. We realized about 2 hours ago. Boomba getting through for another 4 points. And the jam ends. Kimbo Slicer. You gave me permission to use Shenana Jam. All right, Ricky Bobby is going to start the next jam in the penalty box, but Ogre is talking to Ricky Bobby right now, who looks like they might be in pain. No, I'm not sure. Maybe it's just clarifying something? Well, I guess we don't get to know. Ooh, Eric says that he's going to hook us up in Vet City. Eric, you're too sweet to us. This just in, jamming for Dyngus Daze. Ricky Bobby coming out of the penalty box. Trying to find some space here. This just in, getting through, will be lead jammer for Race City Rebels Dyngus Daze. Yeah, I knew illegal contact was complicated, Abby, but that's a good, simple way to say it. It's when you are hitting when you shouldn't. Out of play, out of bounds, or no pack, which is very summarized. I know it's more complicated than that. Thank you. That's very helpful. Ricky Bobby is out on their initial. This just in is out after scoring 4 points for Dyngus Daze. This crowd is very excited as this just in sees Ricky Bobby coming into the pack and calls the jam. With 15 minutes left in this first half. Wow, this one went fast too. The first game was super fast. The second game felt a little bit slower because there were just so many points. I mean, they were just racking up points. And then this game has been, I feel like, as low scoring as that first game and just going super duper fast. But I know we haven't gotten there yet, but I do have lots of back to school jokes because that's what our lives have been consumed with for the past few weeks as our kids go to high school. Both of them are in high school now, which makes us feel so flippin' old. Our oldest has his first girlfriend, which makes us feel even older. Oh, Diamond trying to do a straight line jump, and Smash Bandicoot gave a little grin when she managed to foil Diamond's plans of making that happen. Bon Appetit, coach for the South Bend Roller Derby, is lead jammer for Dyngus Daze. A star pass happened. Did it happen? Yes, it happened. And Flipper is now the jammer for Race City Rebels as Diamond is blocking Bona and pulling Bona all the way to the back. Flipper's also getting pulled back. Bona is, almost was able to stay completely in bounds, but got called on a track cut and will be headed to the penalty box for Dyngus Daze. So this will be wait, are both jammers headed to the penalty box? No, Dyngus Daze, Flipper is coming around on a scoring pass. You have one getting married in September? Oh, see, I can't, when he told us he was dating somebody, we were like, we're not ready. We're not ready. I can't even imagine one getting married. Whew. Nope, not ready. Our kids are still babies in our hearts. They're not in high school already. All right, so this would be a Shenana Jam. And Bona's coming out of the box while Flipper gets to wait in the box. I think Bona sat for almost 30 seconds there. There's only 19 seconds left in this jam, so we're gonna go that full time. Bona is trying to push their way through. He's got a couple skaters to get around and is able to do so to grab 4 points for Dyngus Daze. Flipper is now out of the pack, but is not going to be able to score any more points as that jam has come to its natural conclusion. With 13 minutes left in this half, we still have another half of Derby to go. And then maybe we should just stay live, Sirius, while we drive home for 2.5 hours. Who wants to watch that? I think I'm quite entertaining. I don't know how entertaining I'll be because I'm going to be just talking about the fact that I have to wake up I have to set my alarm for 3:30 a.m. tomorrow to go drive to the Indianapolis airport and fly to Albany. But it's my first time with pre-check, and I'm excited about that. Jawbreaker Jose is lead jammer for Race City Rebels. Nimrod jamming for Dyngus Daze, finds some space on the inside and is out. Chasing down Jawbreaker Jose, who is already in the pack and has scored 4 points. Is Jose going to call it before Nimrod? Nope. Jose is not going to let Nimrod try and score any points. Jose is going to call it. Race City's coming up to 61 and Dyngus Daze at 26. Yes, Em, that's way too early. I travel for work a lot, but we take summer off, so I haven't traveled for a few months, and this is my first of 4 or 5 work trips in the next. Sirius just goes a lot. I'm leaving Sirius alone with the children for quite a few days in the next couple months with some derby in between all of that. It'll be a fun couple months. We love to travel, so even though he doesn't get to go with me, he has to take care of the kids and the pets. The pets are almost more difficult. The in-house is calling us out right now and saying that they enjoy us, and we love our in-house announcers. If you remember a few weeks ago, I had a troublemaker on the stream with me, and we were announcing together. He's currently behind me doing the in-house announcing for South Bend. We will both actually be at Skate Wars in 2 weeks. It's only 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks away. Less than 2 weeks. It starts not this Friday, but next Friday is Skate Wars, and so I will be there as an announcer. Sirius will be there as just a spectator, which he is super excited about. So we'll both actually get to watch some derby instead of just doing, derby date night. But we will, if you want to listen to me on the stream, and I don't know what games I'm doing or anything, but you can find that on Lansing Roller Derby's YouTube page is where that will be. There's going to be 3 tracks going all at the same time, all weekend long, and lots of really great skaters from all over the country plus Canada. I don't think there's any other countries besides Canada. So all over North America, could we say? North America, yeah, border, there's some border, yeah. There's going to be lots of people, so we're excited about that in a few weeks. And that'll be the next time I will be live, just not as derby date night. I'll just be there as an announcer. All right, getting back to the game. Ricky Bobby and Boomba jamming for their respective teams. Boomba sneaking around the outside to grab lead jammer for Dyngus Daze. Reed took a star pass and is about half a that was a quick star pass there. Really, really smart. Reed has now got the star on for Race City. Boomba is in the pack. Oh, happy birthday, Em. You wish there was derby date night this Friday. It's your birthday. Happy birthday. Reed is through for 4 points. Boomba is also through for 4 points. There's no lead jammer, so it looks like this is going the full 2 minutes. Boomba through for another 4 points. Reed, woo! Everybody was trying to push Reed to the inside, and Reed was using great core strength there to stay in bounds to grab those 4 points. Boomba back in the pack again, and Boomba takes that hit to the inside by Ricky Bobby and is going to be pulled back to the back of the pack. Reed also engaging in the pack as well. Boomba needing to reset a little bit at the back. Reed still in the pack, but pulling towards the front and finds that space to get out. And Boomba has the star off, might be looking to Gothard, but decides not to and just gets through. So, but I don't know if, only got 2 points, but missed 2 of them because the star was off. So that's a no pass, no penalty for those 2 skaters that were passed without the star on. Hey, look, there's derby knowledge. I get proud of myself sometimes when I am able to spit out random derby knowledge. I would love to be doing derby date night next weekend, but Labor Day weekend is oftentimes a really hard weekend to have any derby games because everybody is going and doing something on Labor Day. So it's hard for teams to field a full team on a holiday weekend. So that's why you won't see a lot of derby happening next weekend, unfortunately. I know. We should just do derby all the time. Holidays, schmolidays. This just in, jamming for Dyngus Daze. Diamond sneaking around the inside to get lead jammer for Race City Rebels. This just in. This just in's first season doing roller derby, and he's doing a great job. I mean, jamming in his first season and just being able to understand the game. And he also was a great help to derby date night earlier today. I don't know, Sirius, maybe you know better than I do. This just in, his name has to do with the fact that he's been involved in tech stuff somehow, audio, video, tech stuff. So we always have a special affinity for people who come from our little line of work. So, but unfortunately, as I was saying all those good things about this just in, he went to the penalty box. So he's going to wait for 30 seconds, and I feel like I jinxed him somehow, but Diamond is entering the pack on a third scoring pass, just kind of getting stuck on, oh, that's your brother, Jemiah? He is very nice and was so helpful to us. So, but he's going to stay in the penalty box for the beginning of the next jam. So it's going to be at least 10 more seconds in that penalty box before he is released. So we will see who he will be jamming against from Race City. We've got 8 minutes left in this first half. I'm so grateful right now how nice the air conditioning is in here. I know some of you are from Circle City listening. I'm not saying anything bad about the venue. It's just a little hot sometimes there. It's very, very air conditioned here, and it's great lighting too. Whew, Jawbreaker Jose coming through for lead jammer status. Getting some help here from the team, trying to find some space on the inside. Needs to get past Hoity Toity, does so to grab 4 points. This just in is standing in the penalty box. Will be released soon. Jawbreaker Jose trying to juke to the outside, avoids a hit by Gothard, and is out for another 4 points. This just in is back in the pack and finds space on the inside. Great offense by Dyngus Daze to help this just in get through for his initial, so he will now be in scoring position, but Jawbreaker Jose is going to call that jam before he's able to score any points. Good job. Official review being called by Dyngus Daze. I wonder what this official review is. I felt like I followed a lot of that jam, so I'm not sure, but they'll come and tell us. They always do. But since we are stopping for a second, I get to tell some back to school jokes. And Sirius gets to look at me and not laugh, because that's what we've been doing the whole time. I had to get Troublemaker down here to actually get somebody to appreciate some of these jokes. He said, give me a good one. Well, it's not this one. Why can't you work in an orange juice factory during school hours? Because you can't concentrate. You just laughed louder at the fact that I said that this joke isn't going to be good than you have laughed at anything today. Why did the kid study on an airplane? He wanted higher education. Okay, that one, now you're just, I just got you laughing. Did you hear about the teacher who is also a Texas Ranger? You didn't? You should have. His name's Chuck Norris. Come on. I thought that one was going to get you. Chuck Norris. Yeah, no. I thought it was funny. What time does Godzilla come to class? Whenever he wants. No, the Godzilla one we did earlier was, what do you do when Godzilla comes to class? Run away. They're different jokes, but neither one of them made you laugh. Why was the student always late to cooking school? He mistakenly set his alarm clock. No, that's bad. See, this is another reason why you need the sad trombone. So when mine are really bad, you can hit the sad trombone and it goes wah, wah, wah. Or we could get Fozzie. Waka, waka, waka. Why is magic class the hardest to pass? All the tests have trick questions. Yeah, that's not really funny. That's just true. What did the custodian say when he jumped out of the janitor's closet? Supplies. That one actually made you laugh. Ooh, we get to find out what that was.
South Bend was looking for a stop block on white pivot at the start of the jam. There was insufficient information to assess the penalty. They will not be taken.
South Bend was asking for a stop block on the white pivot at the beginning of that last jam. there was insufficient evidence to show, like they couldn't see it. So nobody had eyes on it. Nobody was able to tell whether or not there was a stop block or not. So South Bend will not retain their official review. And we go back to Derby again. The Price is Right fail sound. What does that sound like? Sirius is thinking about it. Bon Appetit lead jammer for Dyngus Daze. Steph took a star pass for Race City Rebels and will now be the jammer for Race City. Bona communicating with their team. Steph coming around on a scoring pass. Bona hits their hips and calls that jam off. Looks like 3 points for Dyngus Daze in that last jam with a little bit over 5 minutes left in this first half, 39-98. If it was 93, that would be a palindrome, right? Yeah, too late, we missed it. I've been looking for a palindrome all day. For those of you who haven't been around since this morning, I keep trying to make palindromes where there are no palindromes. So really, ooh, nice job by Nimrod running forward on those toe stops, which is a drill we used to practice. It's important to know how to run on toe stops for exactly the reason why what Nimrod just did, because Nimrod's now coming into the pack on a first scoring pass. Oh, crit jamming for Race City Rebels, who has taken a star pass. The Rebels are, I'm noticing that the Rebels are really working on passing that star as soon as they don't get lead jammer. Like that star is coming off, and like every time I look over, I'm like, oh look, a pivot has the star. So that's definitely a strategy on Race City's part. Oh, huge hit. Was that Diamond hitting or was that Nimrod hitting? Was that Diamond? Diamond got hit? Oh, that doesn't usually happen. And Dyngus Daze scoring 8 to Race City Rebels 3 in that last jam. Race City getting over the 100 mark for the first time. Official review being called by somebody. I see a lot of people showing the O, but oh, it's being called by Race City. I see Tiny out there, one of our members. Can we see? I can't see Tiny on the screen though. You don't have a good angle on her, do you? Oh, does that mean more jokes? Wow, I'm getting to tell a lot more jokes in this one. When does the teacher have to practice losing his job? During a fire drill. That is so much worse than a fire drill. You have to practice losing your job. You know what, though? That would probably, as somebody who has to deal with employees stuff all the time, if we had people practice losing their job, it might make it easier. You don't know where I'm going with this? Okay, I'm going to stop then. A fire drill. Why do chemistry students tell the worst jokes? All the good jokes are gone. You've shaken your head so much at my jokes today. This is not good. What's an English teacher's favorite dinosaur? Thesaurus Rex? Yeah. Yeah, this is not going well. Why can't you take all of your acting classes at once? You have to take them in stages. You knew that was coming, didn't you? Yeah, okay. I have to really, next time we're live, I'm going to have to really work. I might just have to work on jokes that Aria thinks might actually make Sirius laugh. That would require me to plan ahead more? No! I have to be just as surprised by these jokes as you are.
So, Race City was asking for a review, looking for a forearm penalty on Black Jammer here at the end of the straightaway on the infield, going at level diamond. All that contact started and completed legally. So, there's no penalty to be issued.
So, Race City was looking for a forearm penalty on Black Jammer, that whole thing with Diamond and Nimrod that we were talking about. But that was, according to Ogre and according to all of our referees, that was all legal. It was hard. It was all legal. Oof. Derby is difficult. Jawbreaker Jose, lead jammer for Race City Rebels. Boomba is out as jammer for Dyngus Daze. Jawbreaker Jose, oh, beautiful, juking to the outside, juking to the inside, and calling that jam off before Boomba can score any points. It's so hard when you're blocking, when somebody jukes, like they go one direction, and blockers tip. I'm just going to make a generalization, and maybe I'm just talking about myself, but if somebody moves one way and I start to move that way and then they suddenly go to the other, it's much harder for me to readjust. So that was beautiful work by Jawbreaker Jose there to get that, like pulling everybody to one side and then juking to the inside. And we only have 3 minutes and 46 seconds left in this first half. We will take a short 15-minute break for me to eat the rest of the cheese I brought, and then we will finish off the game and drive home and live stream our drive home, right, Sirius? No? We're not live streaming the drive home? Once I get loopy, it's kind of fun. I mean, I really do enjoy hanging out with the chat, so we can just keep them with us as we drive home. Ricky Bobby, lead jammer for Race City Rebels. I've also invited the chat to karaoke before, haven't I? Gothard has the star for Dyngus Daze. Took a star pass and is now the jammer for Dyngus Daze. Race City Rebels, Ricky Bobby is through for 4 points. Looks to the bench to decide what to do. Looks like Ricky Bobby might run it. So Gothard is going to have an opportunity here to be the jammer for a little bit. Oh, almost stays in bounds after a hit from Lynn, who's going to pull him back. He did a little tiptoe on that outside line and almost stayed all the way in, but was not able to. Ricky Bobby was able to grab 4 points and has come around and is on a third scoring pass now. Gothard has gotten through for 4 points of his own. And that jam, it comes to a conclusion with a total of 10 points for Race City Rebels in that jam. Sirius M has a joke for you. 2 minutes left in this half. Why didn't Sirius laugh at any of the jokes in anatomy and physiology? He didn't find them humorous. M, all you got was a smile, like just a little smile. Still not a chuckle though. Still not a chuckle. I just can't get it. I can't get it today. All right, 1 minute, 45 seconds left. Bon Appetit jamming for Dyngus Daze. And Diamond grabbing lead jammer for Race City Rebels. Bona has that star off, but does not need to pass it to anyone. Bona is out of the pack. Diamond coming in on her first scoring pass. Dips down and around a Dyngus Daze blocker and calls the jam before Bona can come around and score any points, making that, oh wait, Diamond didn't get any points? No, Diamond got 4 points. Dyngus Daze now above the 50 mark. He is a tough crowd today, Em. You are right. He is very, I think back to school jokes also. He's like, you know, the end of summer, school. I think he's a little bit like, if these were jokes about, let's see, Key West, you might laugh at those. I don't know, like something you're looking forward to. School is like just, I don't know. I'm trying to make something happen here again. That's not. This is like the 5th time I've done this today. Jawbreaker Jose is lead jammer for Race City Rebels. And the star has been passed from Nimrod to Smash Bandicoot, who is now the jammer for Dyngus Daze. Jawbreaker Jose came through on a second scoring pass. Jawbreaker Jose pushing Smash Bandicoot out and pulling Smash back as Smash has her hands on her hips and is like, no, I'm going to wait till Jose comes back. I'm not going back. Smash is able to get back in. Jawbreaker Jose also in the pack here. Both jammers are now out of the pack. Smash just in front of Jawbreaker Jose. Jose calls the jam. Nice job. Let's go smash with, oh, we are at intermission. Wow, I wasn't even talking that time. So we are going to take a short 15-minute break, and so you can also take a small break, but we will be right back for the conclusion of this last game of the day between Dyngus Daze and Race City Rebels. Welcome back to Derby Date Night, back to school edition. We are getting ready for the last half of our last game of our triple header day here at Century Center. Look, I got it without having to have you help me. The last chance at Century Center in South Bend, Indiana. Looks like we've got some jammers on the line ready to get going. This just in for Dyngus Daze and Jawbreaker Jose for Race City Rebels. I know that wasn't 15 minutes. I told you guys 15, but then they shortened it to 10, which actually helps us be able to get on the road a little faster later. So that's great for us. Hopefully you're back. Jawbreaker Jose is lead jammer, but this just in is going to be chasing Jawbreaker Jose down, and Jawbreaker Jose calls the jam. Bona Petite is going to the line with a star on. I will tell you, I was talking to Bona during halftime, and I mentioned the fact that that I had to mention that Bona went to the box a couple times in the last one, and I said maybe if we talk about you getting lead jammer, that's what will happen when you come out, and then I will have made that happen instead of making the other thing happen. So now we get to see, as Bona lines up against Ricky Bobby, if we are going to be able to make that happen from our halftime conversation. Oh. Richie's calling a penalty on Tara, and Ricky Bobby is lead jammer. Oh, Bona is really? Oh no, just getting pushed out to the. I thought Bona got a penalty again. I was like, oh no, this is not good. I guess I don't have magic. It's okay, none of us do for real. Ricky Bobby threw for 4 points, but Bona is out of the pack. And Ricky will call that jam after scoring 4 points for Race City Rebels. Also during halftime, I was told by Coach Tiny that since this is the Race City Rebels B team, they are the Rebels. So they are the real rebels. Like they're not just gonna they're not gonna just steal your cars. They're gonna put like sugar in your gas tank because they're rebels. They're not just like they're not just rebels. They're rebels. Like they're real rebels. It's a thing. Serious? You are not giving, like, you have to engage with me for me to be funny, but you just keep staring at me. When I have no engagement, I just start saying things because you just stare at me. Diamond is lead for Race City Rebels. For the Rebels. Nimrod is getting pushed to the inside and forced to recycle for Dyngus Daze. Nimrod trying to go back and forth, finding some space on the outside, is pushing that pack forward. Oh! Tries to stay up and with a little spin on one foot, but is pulled to the back. Diamond is in the pack again on another pass. Has to get around some Dyngus Daze skaters and is able to do so to grab 4 points for the Race City Rebels. Now it's funny. Now Sirius is laughing if I'm just going to call. Yeah, real rebels. Thank you, Goldie Socks. Rebels. Oh, God, now it's just going to go on forever. We cannot be this loopy when I have to wake up at 3:30 in the morning because tomorrow I have to be professional once I land in New York. It's 2 flights. I can't sleep on the plane. I could sleep if it was 1 flight, but it's 2 flights, which is never fun. We all know that. Those of you who travel for work. Rebels. I can't stop. Now I want to do all of the Race City Rebels B team games, so I could just say Rebels. Jawbreaker Jose jamming for the Rebels. And Boomba for Dyngus Daze. Jawbreaker Jose with a big hit to the inside, pushes some space and grabs that lead jammer status. Boomba is getting recycled by Flipper and is back in the pack now, jukes to the outside and is able to get out as Jawbreaker Jose is engaged in the pack on her first scoring pass and calls the jam before any points can be scored by Dyngus Daze. Goldie Sock says, things are always funnier after the 10th time. Yes, Goldie Socks, which means by the time this game is over, Sirius is really going to be losing it every time I say Rebel. You like, because my voice goes lower too, Rebel. Maybe for this, I'm really going back here, but maybe if I can do the Rebel, I could do the It's a Trap. Did I do it? Really? had to warm it up. So if I go rebel, do you have the sound for It's a Trap, or do you just have sound for Star Wars? Oh, you don't even have any of your sounds ready? Wow, serious. Good job. He does so much work for Derby Date Night. I should not be giving him a hard time right now about not having the sound effects 100% ready at all times. This just in, grabbing lead jammer status for Dyngus Daze. Ricky Bobby taking that star off, has a quick conversation with Reed, I think, about whether or not Reed is going to take the star. And looks like thinking about it. This just in, getting hit to the outside as he engages in the pack on his first scoring pass. The pack was kind of falling apart there a little bit, but was just redefined, even though it got a little funky for a second. Ricky Bobby got through, puts that star on. And that jam ends with Dyngus Daze scoring 3 to Race City Rebels 0. Em says she can be taught. Yes, Em, I can learn new things. Whether or not I'm any good at them, that's up to the viewer. Bona's got the star on. Another chance for that lead jammer. Look, all I said was that Bona would get a lead jammer. I did not say when. now I'm technicaling myself. Giving myself technicalities to get out of it. And for the Rebels, Diamond is lead jammer. Bona with a beautiful move to get out behind Diamond. Chasing Diamond down. Diamond, who has been doing a lot of blocking this season. We don't get to see. Oh my gosh. Almost stayed completely in bounds with that one-footed backwards skating on the outside line. Oh my goodness. Very, very good job with Diamond. Oh dear. My phone is telling me it's time to check into my hotel. I don't want them to remind me that I have to go tomorrow morning. But I get to stay in a hotel, and I get to, like, I mean, yes, I have to work, but I get to, like, eat out for a few days, and you get to talk to the kids and take them practice driving and talk to them about girls. And I'm trying, Abby. I'm trying to manifest it for Bona here, but it so far has not been working. And now Bona's going to be like, okay, Aria, I'm done with you trying to help here. All right, Jawbreaker Jose and Boomba both jamming for their respective teams. Where is Jawbreaker Jose? In the box? Yeah, in the box. So I don't know what happened. But Boomba currently has a power jam. Did take that star off for a second, I think. So I think it's going to go for the whole jam here as Boomba keeps getting pulled further and further back. Boomba has that star off, almost handed it to Gothard. Jawbreaker Jose came out of the box and has gotten through, and that was the initial pass. So now coming into the pack on a star pass, Gothard has taken the star and is now the jammer as Jawbreaker Jose comes through on a first scoring pass for 4 points. Jawbreaker Jose coming in on a second scoring pass, hoping to go unnoticed. Finds some space on the inside and is able to get through for 4 more points. Gothard has gotten out and is now approaching the pack on his first scoring pass with 23 seconds left. He's trying to kind of step through the pack, trying to find some space, getting pulled to the back. Jawbreaker Jose is through for a third time. Gothard takes a hit to the inside, almost stays in bounds, but gets pushed to the in. Jawbreaker Jose is fighting through. That jam goes to an end, and Dyngus Daze was able to score 3 points to Race City Rebels 14. And that is an official timeout with 20 minutes left in the half. No, in the game. The game. We're almost done with these 3 games for today, which also means we're almost done with our jokes. I gotta get him to actually laugh at one of these. Did you hear about the school mascot who won a lot of awards? He was well suited for the job. Well suited. Get it? They wear a suit. They wear a mascot suit. He was well. No, you didn't even get it. Why didn't the sun go to college? It already has 1,000,000 degrees. Why is the library the tallest part of any school? It has the most stories. Why did Gary bring an orange to the prom? He couldn't find a date. Okay, what do you do if your chemistry teacher is sick? If you can't helium and you can't curium, you may have to bury him. That's funny. Sirius just goes, no, it's not. You have no sense of humor today, Sirius. I'm going to need to get Troublemaker off the in-house mic and bring him over here. Ricky Bobby, lead jammer for Race City Rebels. At least I'm finding myself amusing here. All I have to do, honestly, none of these jokes are making Sirius laugh, but if I go rebel, rebel, yep, there he goes again. That's all. I don't even have to tell jokes. I just have to go rebel, rebel. And that jam is called 2 points for Race City Rebels, the Rebel Rebels. Why is that so funny to you? You won't laugh at any joke. None. Melanie likes the science joke. Thank you. See, I thought the science joke was going to get him. I really did, but getting nothing. Getting nothing. Thanks, Style. I appreciate it. Ooh, Diamond fighting through to grab lead jammer status. This just in. Trying to find some space, doing a little juking, doing a little misdirection, pushing through. Diamond finding space on the outside to grab 4 points. This just in, getting through behind Diamond. Might be trying to force a call off here as Diamond races around. Does a beautiful apex jump, but I don't know if she got the points there. She did. Nice job, Diamond. Look at that. Did you see that smile, Sirius? Justin also got 3 points there. There we go. Wonderful job. I love watching both these teams. Everybody is just so delightful to watch. What? I'm looking to check in. I'm trying to check into my room while I'm streaming. I guess look, if I don't pay attention, that's how I get Bona lead jammer status. There you go. See? Don't tell me. See? That was part of my magic. Jawbreaker Jose took that star off and is now out of the pack. Bona has grabbed 4 points and calls the jam. I made it happen. And Bona grabbed 3 points. There was a no pass, no penalty. I'm very proud of myself. Biz, your skates okay? Okay. Biz gave me a half pack of gummy bears and said I could eat them, but also could I hold on to them for her? So I'm like, I think I'm not going to eat them. Yeah. Yeah. Abby, yes, we did it. All I had to do was not pay attention so that Bona could get lead jammer. And I think, Abby, your good thoughts also helped with that, too. We got it. We got her a lead jammer. There we go. Ricky Bobby is out as lead jammer for Race City Rebels. Nimrod. Where'd Nimrod go? Nimrod is out of the pack and chasing down Ricky Bobby. About a quarter track behind. Ricky Bobby weaving through the pack. Nimrod approaching the pack. I don't think is going to be able to score any points with 17 minutes left in this jam. Half. Nope, not jam. 17 minutes in a jam is a long time. You know who would make something like that happen, though? The Rebels. because they're rebels. So they're like, they can do what they want. They can tinker with the computer to make a jam 17 minutes long. Those rebels. Diamond is out as lead jammer again. Hey, Coach Eric, Circle City, you watching this? I know you've got Diamond blocking a lot, but look at all this jamming Diamond's doing. I've seen Diamond can do everything on the track, like really. Just delightful to watch. Boomba jamming for Dyngus Daze. Nice little juke to the outside, swooshing to the inside, getting a push from Chaos, is out of the pack with 4 points. Nice job. Boomba stealing those 4 points from Diamond, who got 2. Tiny is walking out to the middle and pointing at the clock. I'm wondering if something happened with the clock. I have a feeling there might be an official timeout in a second, so I can try to make Sirius laugh with something besides rebel. Okay. Timeout happening. Let's try. I have got to find at least one joke that's actually going to make you laugh here. Why did the computer teacher quit? He lost his drive. I got a soft laugh. What did the teacher say to the student who only knew 25 letters of the alphabet? Do you know why? Why? Do you know why it's a letter? Oh my gosh. The student only knew 25 letters of the alphabet. The teacher said, do you know why? You tried to answer my question. You didn't. Okay. You didn't get it. How do Minecraft players celebrate graduation? A block party. Oh my God, of course that's the one that makes you laugh. Why that one? Because our kid plays Minecraft. Did you hear about the college professor who was involved in a car wreck? He was grading papers on a curve. That's just sad. Okay, when is a blue book not a blue book? When it has been read. But do people nowadays know what a blue book is? Do they still take tests with a blue book? Eric says she doesn't like to jam, but she can. That's why she's a pivot. That makes sense. Jawbreaker Jose is lead jammer. This just just dashing through the pack to get out behind Jawbreaker Jose. They are both running towards the pack. Jawbreaker Jose calling the jam. Okay, I don't have time to find new jokes for today. Okay, Eric's got one for you. Which school supply is always in charge? You read it. The ruler. You just looked at me and he goes, I read it. When I tell you that a member has a joke, you do not need to immediately look at the chat. That's usually where the joke is. It's just habit. He's cheating, Eric. I thought it was funny. Bon Appetit jamming against Ricky Bobby. Both jammers on the ground. Both jammers trying to find some space. Bona taking a hit to the outside from Flipper and being pulled back. Ricky Bobby is in the penalty box. I did not see what that penalty was for. Sorry, I don't have the best angle today on penalties, so I have not been as good at them as I usually am. Bona is trying to find space and is lead jammer for the second time, and I was paying attention this time as we watch Bona with lead jammer status here. Do not perceive them, Abby says. Don't perceive them. Right? I am not perceiving Bona. I am not perceiving Bona. And Bona's through for another 4. Ricky Bobby is out of the pack. Forearm. Thank you, Abby. Ricky Bobby trying to find space on the inside, trying to push past Chaos. Chaos slows Ricky Bobby down. Bona is, where'd Bona go? Right in front of me. Bona is very, very tiny. Okay, Bona's through for another 4. Ricky Bobby also out. Bona calling the jam. after scoring 8 points for Dyngus Daze, bringing them to 170. Bringing them to 78, Race City to 178. This is the number that I want to be a palindrome, but it is not. There is no way, but if I, nope, there's no way I can make this a palindrome, is there? It just looks like one. No, it doesn't. It just looks like one. I want it to be one so badly. The first time Melody got excited about the score being a palindrome, I gave her such a hard time, and now all I'm doing is looking for palindromes in the scores. Diamond out as lead jammer for Race City. Nimrod jamming for Dyngus Daze. Oh yeah, 78, 187. That would work. But ooh. We could actually get there. Oh, Diamond with that. I love it when Diamond does that really low, that bean dip. Rogue also does it very well. Rogue from Cornfed. Yeah, Rogue's still from Cornfed. Rogue from Cornfed does the bean dip really well too. It's very hard to hit skaters in a legal zone when they dip down so low because the back is not a legal hitting zone. So when a skater dips down, it's like, where do you actually hit them that is legal? And you have to hit them with something that is legal to be doing the hitting too. So it becomes very difficult. Like if they're so low and if you're a tall person, like you're like, I don't know what to do with this little tiny thing that's dipping around me. So it's a good strategy with that dip. 78, 185. Oh, if Race City Rebels get 2 points, it actually is a palindrome. Yes, it is. 78, 187. It is serious. Look, 7, 8, 1, 8, 7. I had to write it out for him. If it happens, that's a palindrome. It's the same forwards as it is backwards, right? You are argumentative today. This just in, out, barely in front of Ricky Bobby. A little jammer on jammer juking happening. Dyngus Daze, this just in, racing ahead of Ricky Bobby. And calling that jam off after scoring 3 points for Dyngus Daze, ruining my hopes of a palindrome. But it's okay, because I like this just in. Em says, you're going to have a long drive home, you two. Good luck. And then I'm leaving for 4 days, Em. I'm so mad. Okay, that made you laugh harder than anything. You're absolutely ridiculous today. Rebel. 10 minutes left. How many, are there even people still listening to this? We have 39. Okay, I'm sorry, everybody. Derby Date Night, we have never been sophisticated. We have never been super professional. That's for super professional. This is what happens when we travel. No! Bona with almost a lead and a track cut again. Oh, no. Diamond is jamming for Race City. Abby, I'm glad you're entertained because I think we're really ridiculous right now. But at least we're making you smile. Wait, it happened, 18581. It happened. Serious? Yeah, the 5 is in the middle. It doesn't have to be a double of everything. Look, 1, 8, 5, 8, 1. Same forwards as backwards. Mouth math. Oh my God, this is it. 18581. Can we? I'm taking a picture of it. Taking a picture. Don't tell me to hurry up. Okay, I'm gonna put it on our Facebook later and be like, this is the moment that caused Aria and Sirius's relationship to deteriorate so much that she left for 4 days. Jawbreaker Jose is lead jammer. Bona is out of the box, has the star off, hands it to Gothard, who is now the jammer for Dyngus Daze. Jawbreaker Jose, ruining our palindrome, has scored some points for Race City Rebels. And a track cut getting called at the end of that jam, but I don't think it was on a jammer. So we're going to be starting the next jam with a couple blockers down. Smash Bandicoot is there is a blocker from South Bend and a blocker from Race City in the box. Smash Bandicoot in her very last game ever before she retires. I don't even know how it's going to feel watching a South Bend game without Smash Bandicoot. She's been around forever. So very, very well wishes and congratulations on an amazing career over the last many, many years. We've really enjoyed having Smash in the Derby community and hope that she sticks around. Nimrod getting lead jammer for Dyngus Daze. Ricky Bobby has the star off and trying to hand it to Lynn as the pivot. Takes a push to the inside and is being forced to recycle. Nimrod through for 4 points. I think we're about to take a short injury break, so we will be back in just a few minutes. And we are back. That jammer who was injured is headed over to the medics booth where they are going to be reviewed by the medics. They were able to skate off on their own skates, so we wish them well, and we give a extra big thank you to all of our medics who are here. We've got Anne, Raven, and Jerry, so big appreciation to them. That skater will now sit for at least 3 jams because that's what happens. And we want to make sure that everybody is safe. Okay, a 18188 is not a palindrome because there's 2 8s on one side. Why not? It has to be the same. No, it's not my rules. The rules of a palindrome are it's the same forwards as backwards. No, it's too many 8s on one side. Look, 8, 1, 1, 8, 8. That is not the same forwards as backwards. Somebody needs to talk to Sirius. He does not understand what a palindrome is. Reed has the star in hand and takes a nice hit out from Hoity Toity to force him all the way to the back. I mean, he was almost out there. Boomba grabs lead jammer and immediately calls off the jam. So is Race City just passing the star as soon as... Sirius, you're wrong. Don't take my paper. Is Race City just passing the star as soon as the jam starts? Forfeiting lead. Are you throwing things at me because you realized I was right? Oh, you were... He said to be quiet. Yeah, Eric, 188. Oh, if you flip it. Okay, then what team goes first in a palindrome? So 1-8. Oh. Steph, lead jammer for Race City Rebels. This just in right behind Steph, chasing after Steph. It's been really nice watching this just in for the second time this season because the first time was it was his first game. Steph has just like decided to die. Steph is like, I'm done now. I called the jam. It's over. They were such a happy couple until the great palindrome debacle of 2024. Em, can you hear him? He is losing it now. So Eric, what do we think? Do we does Dyngus Daze go first, or does it matter? If you can do it either way, can it still be a palindrome? Do you want me to stop? Sirius goes, you just keep making a way for yourself to win. We have not told the chat that our very first conversation was an argument, and then we fell in love. Bon Appetit is lead, but that guy is lead. Bon Appetit just got the flashies. They tried to call it, but realized that I guess that guy is actually lead. So Bona has taken off the star and is looking for potentially someone to pass it to, as that guy has sailed through for 4 points. Look, I'm gonna highlight M's. They were such a happy couple. We'll make that our featured tweet of the our featured tweet of the game. We have officially lost it. Eric says, I have opinions. There should be rules, but team order is not one of them. Okay. I think we're past the palindrome now. With 4 minutes left in the game, we're gonna take a deep breath, refocus. I think if I can figure out how to do polls, and I did a poll on whether or not we should live stream the drive home, I have a feeling that I would win that poll. Whatever. Nimrod jamming for Dyngus. He just said, you'll be asleep in 20 minutes. Nimrod jamming for Dyngus Stage and El Diablo for Race City Rebels. Nimrod getting pulled to the back. El Diablo trying to find space on the inside. Trying to get past Chaos and Undertaker, who have pushed him to the inside. El Diablo jamming for the first time tonight. I always love to see jammers who don't usually jam. And takes a push to the outside from Chaos with a little assistance from Undertaker. El Diablo is getting pulled back as Nimrod is trying to make his way through the pack. Has the star off, though. Might be looking for tear him up. El Diablo continuing to try and find some space. Eric doing math to figure out when the next possible palindrome is. So he's going to keep us updated. But I don't know. I don't know if we'll get there. If we'll get there in 2 minutes and 40 seconds, Eric. El Diablo back at the pack, back at the back of the pack. The star has been passed to tear him up, who is now the jammer for South Bend Dyngus Daze. Tara coming around, trying to score some points here. A star has been passed on the Race City Rebels side, too. And Jawbreaker Jose has taken the star. Tara took a hit to the outside and is taking a minute to recover here. Anything's possible, Eric. Anything is possible. That's what Michael said before he left during the first game. Jawbreaker Jose with a little dip is gotten 4 more points for Race City Rebels. Less than 2 minutes left in this game. As we usually try to do here on Derby Date Night, if you want to shout somebody out or just say something great that you saw happen in any of these 3 games, but especially this last one, we have really enjoyed being here streaming some Derby for you today. After the break we had, it's really nice to engage with you all and have fun just being here with you all. We will be live. We won't be live, but I will be at Skate Wars in a couple weeks. If you want to tune into that, you'll get to hear me announcing. Sirius will be taking some B-roll and maybe be doing some fun little editing stuff. M says that's your new merch item, the Great Palindrome Debacle of 2024. Or just the merch can be just a bunch of pile of numbers that says, but is it a palindrome? I love it. And then you guys get the exclusive scoop on where we're going to be in September. We have not announced it publicly yet, but if you want to put it on your calendars, we will be in, I don't know what, Bloomington. What town is Boomington in? We'll be in Bloomington with the Boomington Blockheads on September 22nd, and then just 6 days later, we will be at the Vet City quadruple header with Vet City playing lots of different teams, including our favorite team, Indiana. So looking forward to that. I think Demolition City is who their main opponent is before they play Team Indiana. So we are really excited to be at both of those. So mark your calendars for Derby Date Night's next 2 games on September 22nd and September 28th. But also, next weekend, if you want to hear my voice, I might not be as silly because it's not my own channel, so I got to behave a little bit. So, Sirius says, boo. I don't know. All the other announcers I'm going to be announcing with are going to be like, what is up with this lady? And I'll be like, I got to make you laugh with something. They'll be like, why do you talk about cheese so much? And IJRD, yes, Eric. And it's going to be my first Level 2 Juniors game that I get to announce as well. So that'll be fun as well. Lacono says, so proud of that guy and El Diablo, who are some of Race City's freshest skaters. You know what, Lanco? I am going to feature that comment because I love featuring new skaters, skaters who we haven't seen a lot, and skaters who are doing a rockin' great time in their very first season. I'm very proud of them too. Whoops. Sorry, Sirius. I keep pushing them. I need to learn this new tech. He's been working so hard all week on this technology, and he keeps trying to bring me over to like teach me how to use it. And all week long, I've been like, I'm busy. I need to go do this now. I need to go do that now. And I just have been ignoring him. And I was like, I promise you, I'll pay attention when we're at the game. Nope. Did not happen. I still don't know how to use it. You know, we both have reasons to be frustrated with each other, but luckily, we've been married long enough that we've learned to just laugh. All right, 1 minute, 23 seconds left. This could be the last jam of the night. And then we'll miss you guys for a while, but we'll always be around, and you will too. And we'll get to see you again soon, we hope. Also, you guys got to come into the chat at Skate Wars. I'm going to need your support. I'm going to need moral support when I'm not on Derby Date Night. How do I handle myself? That guy jamming for Race City Rebels. That's not that. Dingus Daze. This just in. Grabbing lead jammer to finish off this game. Great job there. Oh! That was a beautiful. He was so worried. Oh my gosh, he was like, did I really do that? Did I really just get those points? Yes, you did. This just in. I swear, he is like Gumby. Just those legs going everywhere. That guy was able to get out of the pack and is now on a scoring pass as well. I've just been so delighted watching this just in. He's just like bendy, like elastic, like those legs could just do anything. And another 4 points for Dingus Daze. Oh, this just in is lead. I should have, Eric. That would have been smart and clever. But am I either one of those things right now? Okay, we'll try it. Here we go. This just in has gotten not only lead jammer, but he jumped the apex, did a little spin, and has gotten 8 points so far in this last game, or last jam of the game, because the period clock has run out, and this just in has now scored 12 points in this last jam. The team is standing and cheering him on with 13 seconds left in this game. He might get Dingus Daze past the 100 mark. 7 seconds left. I don't know. It's going to be a tough one. He's getting pulled back. And that is the end of the jam and the end of the game, just shy of 100 points for Dingus Daze. 4 points for Race City Rebels. 98 to 208 is your unofficial final score. That was so much fun. The refs are still talking. Okay, final score, 208 to 98. Once again, it was great to see you all. I've missed you guys. It's so wonderful having you all in the chat. And we thank you again for all of your support. We really enjoy this community that we've built. We love being able to bring live roller derby to you from another new arena that we've never been to before. We've started to really think about traveling more. For next season, we will have a new request form. This is information that Sirius is looking at me like, what are you saying? But we are going to have a new request form. So if your team wants us to come to you in 2025, be on the lookout. In the next couple months, we'll have our new 2025 request form coming out. So be sure, if you are interested in having us come to your team, talk to your team interleague and let them know you want Derby Date Night to come and that you guys should fill out the form and invite us. And hopefully we will be in your town sometime in 2025. We adore you all. Thank you for all you do. Without you, we wouldn't be able to do this, and this wouldn't be near as fun. You all are the best. Have a wonderful Sunday, and we will see you again soon.